Subscribe, 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 subscribe.
This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
What in the hell is going on, everybody? And there's Chloe and Blue. I got a big wrestling match earlier. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, this case is, I was looking at it because I just randomly, I think somebody emailed, WNC Granny, I think, sent me an email. Hey, have you seen this one? So I looked at it, and then last night, Bama Forever on the show said something about, yeah, happy Sunday. She said, hey, I just watched the documentary on Discovery Plus, and I was like, oh, wow, what? You know, I normally don't really watch them, but I was like, maybe I need to. And man, you had to have seen it. Because it's absolutely insane, this case right here. And it actually made me think of Jeffrey Epstein. And when I looked it up, Jeffrey Epstein was 23 years old at the time. So you sort of wonder if he had a connection somehow to the early stages. A huge child pornography ring. And you might even think about it in when we, visualizing it through the Delphi case. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable what's going on out there just in the shadows that people don't know about. Scary times. That was 1976 though, but it just keeps going, Same thing everywhere. Are you guys there? Or are you still in the hello mode? Man, the hellos go on this channel for seemingly hours. It just, look at this. Scroll up and just check it out. It's good though. I'm glad that everybody likes everybody, but sometimes I wonder. Yeah, that's right. Hello, and welcome to the show. Oh, and by the way, thanks up there, QB. Appreciate it. And thank you to, let's see. Pre-game. Welcome, Claire B. and Ashy Snow. And wow, Tosh, thank you so much. Hello. Yeah. Oh, we get the dancing avocado too. So the thing is, this one might be a couple, might not be a one shower, That's the problem with it. And I actually think after tonight's show, everybody should go watch the documentary, the two-parter, but it's like 3 or 4 hours total. It's crazy. Yeah, I'll make one up at some point. the rap's going to be, it's an avocado dance. You might hear it by chance. So shitty. Okay. So we're going to get moving here. So I hope you guys don't mind if it takes this might be a two-shower, possibly. I don't know. And there's even 3 different cases that they suspect are related. So I'm gonna have to go over those at a different time. So we're just gonna. It's a hard thing to figure out where to start on this because there's other things going on almost simultaneously. Yeah, let me check something out here. What's this one? Yeah, just everywhere. It's unbelievable. All right, let me start this out. So just as a basic information is there's 4 children that were all murdered and found like basically dead in the snow in about let me get the time frame. Basically in about a year, a 1-year period of time, and all of them had been alive for a while and cleaned and bathed and had all their clothing cleaned, and they even had food in their stomach. One of the girls was like 20-something days that she was missing and also had eaten, and then they were all murdered and put on the side of the road. So what were they doing during the time that they were in somebody else's control? It's insane. Hey, thank you, Circuit Van. Okay. I'm just going to start in the order of the 4 that are the famous, the kids that they're known to be 100% involved. They are confirmed related cases. All right, so we're going to just start right here with Mark Stebbins. And the documentary has like the parents being interviewed, and it's back then, and it's just really, it's horrible. Ferndale boy 12 found slain. So he was missing for a little bit of time. I wasn't able to find right away the original when he was missing articles, but it says, can you guys, just want to make sure, you can see it pretty well, I think. The body of a 12-year-old Ferndale boy with rope burns on his neck and hands was found Thursday in the parking lot of a Southfield office building. The boy, Mark Stebbins, a 7th grade student at Lincoln Junior High School in Ferndale, had been missing since Sunday. So he'd been missing 5 or 6 days. Ferndale Police Chief Donald R. Geary said the boy appeared to have been strangled possibly more than a day before the body was found at 11:40 a.m. Police believe the boy had been killed elsewhere and his body dumped in the parking lot of the Fairfax Plaza office building at 15660 West 10 Mile sometime after 9:30 a.m. It was hard for me to find the precise location, but I was able to find it, and it turns out that there's a building that wasn't there at the time is there now. That's what the problem is. A witness said he passed by the spot where the body was found and did not see it there at 9:30 a.m. An autopsy was ordered to determine the cause of death and whether the boy had been sexually assaulted. Gary said Mark was last seen Sunday afternoon when he left his mother, Ruth, at the American Legion Hall at 9 Mile and Livernois. Let me see if I've got that one. Let's see. 9 Mile and Liver. There we go. And let's see. So just have that in the middle of the screen and then say American Legion. Okay, there's one here. So maybe it was there at one point. So I guess it was right here at American Legion. Okay. Mrs. Stebbins, 39, a divorcee, told police she did not believe her son ever reached home. Oh yeah, so it says, let me get back up here. Mark was last seen Sunday afternoon when he left his mother Ruth at the American Legion Hall at 9 Mile and Livernois to return home to watch a television movie. The Legion Hall is about 3/4 of a mile from the boys' home on East Saratoga. So I think I do have his home. And yeah, so he's right there. And that is his address. I heard it mentioned on the documentary in a news report. Okay, so it's the one behind the tree right here. Probably go right there, turn, maybe right there. So that was his house at the time. And he was just supposed to make it home, to the home from just right there. He was going to walk home. It's not far at all. 3/4 of a mile. And I am going to be reading, so you know what that means, you guys. It's going to be as slow as molasses. Oh, here we go. Is this 4? No, it's 1B. Let me see if 4. I'm trying to find the 5. Okay, I'll just move on to the next one because they're all 3 of them are from the same date, so they probably have some overlap here. Yeah, that was that Patty Hearst trial there. All right. A parking lot and spotted the boy's body lying in a pool of weeds against a 4-foot red brick wall that separates the parking lot from a lot belonging to the Orleans Shopping Center at 10 Mile and Greenfield. Miss Stebbins and a family friend were called to a scene, and the body was identified by the friend. Although the body was not bound, it was discovered. Gary said that there were rope burns on the hands and neck. He said the body may have been kept in the trunk of a car before it was dumped in the parking lot. The boy was fully clothed in a blue denim jacket and blue jeans. He was the sweetest little boy that ever lived, said Mrs. Elizabeth Goodwin of Hazel Park, a friend of the family. He was never any problem to his mother. It was such a horrible thing. It's like a nightmare. I can't believe that such a thing happened. Mark's teacher at Lincoln Junior High School described him as a good student, something of a loner. They said he liked to read and watch television and had no problems at school. He was a general average boy who caused no problems for his mother, his school, or police, Gary said. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. And Teresa Murray. Okay, moving on to the next article from the same day. Let's just see if it has anything in.
Ocean wave.
I think it's pretty okay. He had vanished Sunday afternoon after leaving his mother Ruth at the American Legion Hall at 9 Mile and Livernois. The Legion Hall is less than a mile. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. After leaving his mother Ruth at the American Legion Hall at 9 Mile and Livernois, the Legion Hall is less than a mile. Mrs. Stebbins, 39, told investigators she did not believe her son ever made it home. Police and volunteers volunteers launched a widespread search when he was discovered missing. The body was spotted by an office worker then when he reported for work Thursday morning. Yeah, so I mean, right now it's just this one kid, and it's like, God, who did this, right? That's all there is at this point. I mean, it turns into the, this is just, it's spooky is what it is. It's creepy, like a horror movie. Slain boy sexually molested, smothered. A 12-year-old Ferndale boy whose body was discovered in Southfield Thursday was sexually molested and probably smothered to death, police said. The boy, who had been missing since Sunday afternoon, was held perhaps in the trunk of a car for several days before he was killed. Now he actually had fried chicken in his stomach. And guess what? The parents, I think it's this kid, it might be the last one, but one of the, either this kid or the last one, the parents made a plea that he really liked Kentucky Fried Chicken, and when they found him, he had eaten 6 hours prior fried chicken. The boy was last seen alive by his mother early Sunday afternoon when he left an American Legion Hall. An intensive police search earlier this week in Ferndale failed to turn up the boy, so that means he was somewhere else and then just placed there. Detective Lieutenant Pat Sullivan said death was from asphyxiation, probably smothering. There was several lacerations on the crown of his head. There were also rope burns on the boy's neck, wrists, and ankles, but there was no rope on the body when it was found. Sullivan said police still do not know where the boy was killed or where he was held. He said 12 officers from, and by the way, thank you, One Sly Angel. The body was apparently dumped in the parking lot sometime between 9:30 and 11:40 a.m. I mean, people are moving around, you know. Thursday, but it was snowy, so maybe that, and it's 1976, so the population isn't quite as big, but I mean, Detroit, you know. So this is Oakland County, Detroit, Michigan. You know, the same area. Thank you, Joanne Victoria. Officers are asking anyone who may have seen something connected with the case to call Ferndale police at 541 blah 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 blah. I mean, that's so long ago. All right, let me get rid of that, and we got one more on here, and then I'll show you an image. I had to take a picture off the screen, but so this is some other case. Albert Boy 7 helps locate suspect in Powell's abduction. Down here it says Crafton was also questioned by Ferndale detective. Tuesday said he is a possible suspect in the sex slaying of a 12-year-old Ferndale boy, Mark Stebbins. So this is March 17th. This is much later, but that was, I just put whenever his name popped up, I just read it. But so there's another case here that they made an arrest on. It's not related. Okay, so let me go out to the, yeah, so here is an image. It was on the TV here, right? So his body's right here, and then you've got this wall, and so I was able to determine where this was based on, I don't know if you can see up there, there's a chimney and this thing, and then it looks like there's a balcony up here with a fence on it, or railings, I guess you might call it. And let me show you. So it was really brutal. They were using these aerial shots on their documentary, and one of them was over here somewhere, and then one was right there. But the address they gave was over here, but you can't really see it. However, in the image that you see, watch this. If you go down to right there and you turn, well, look at it's not a fence anymore, but it's definitely, it's there. And if you look up there, look, the chimney, the pipe, and that one window that I just showed you, which is right there. See the pipe, chimney right there, and then the window, and then the orange roof. And then up here, it was a fence back then, but now it's solid, okay? But now if you look at it, this officer here is on the other side of a brick wall, okay? So going back to Google Earth right here, if you went probably about in this angle, maybe now it's got to be a little bit like this, because you can see that side on the image, and you turn around here, there's a building there, okay? And so that's what the problem is I went and looked it up. This building here was built in 1990. It wasn't there at the time. And so if you look right there, I would imagine at one point that this brick wall likely extended over here, and the officer standing behind that wall, and this used to be a parking lot over here, and now there's homes right there, okay? But it would have been about just like this. If you look at that roof, maybe about like this, and then you look at the angle on that one, see how you can see part of it on the left side, and then boom, boom. So I think that's right. That's obviously those three things there. So it's got to be down from here, and that means it's right there. It's not there anymore, the wall, okay? So that's why I put the pin basically right in this area. I mean, I can even move it over to maybe like right here, and this was put there, okay? So that's where he would have been, all right? Hey, thanks for the booms. Yeah. Yeah, some of the other ones are a little harder because it's just woods. I mean, the side of a road or something like that. Okay, so let's move it back. Now we're moving to, so that was 1976. February 15th is when he went missing. And then 1976 in December. So it's interesting, right? Because February it's still winter and snow on the ground. And then in December 1976, later in the year, it's also winter. And an individual named Jill Robinson, a female. And here we go. Girl's bike found. Police say they are still stymied by last weekend's murder of a young runaway girl. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get this in order here. Just a second. I screwed up on that one. It should have been right like that. Okay. This is the first one. Is this one? So it says no clues on girl. This is how it was in the paper at the time. Police said Saturday they had no clues in the disappearance of a 12-year-old Royal Oak girl who had been missing since Wednesday. We are concerned about this case because she's so young and has been missing for such a length of time. He said there is no sign of foul play in the disappearance of Jill Robinson, a 6th grader. Carol Robinson said her daughter left the house at about 6:30 on Wednesday. And this is Sunday now on this article, so 3-4 days ago. Back then. Yeah, just let me go over the case, everybody. Even if you've watched it and you think you're an expert on it, just let everybody, just go through it the way we do it here. Okay, thanks. Let's see. So this says from page 1, this is page prior. Yeah, so then she was found on Monday, right here. Runaway girl, shotgunned, body found off I-5 in Troy. Okay, this is a great image. I didn't see this one earlier, so let's, so it looks like it kind of curves around right there. She was found right down there. So let's see, this is Jill Robinson. I just want to try to find the exact spot here. I was close, I think. Let's see if you can see anything that looks like that right around in here. Yeah, they have more recent shots from out there, but I was just kind of wondering. I think it's just right off of here. They gave a description that you can see the Troy Police Department from it. I see this right here. It's almost like they're down here or something. Is that right? God, I didn't realize that. If that's true, maybe they're down in this area, off of that exit. Let me just take a look down here. I don't think so, though. I'm just going to move it a little bit further down. Because it could be where that bridge goes over in the background over there, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's up here. So let me just read this and see what it says. The body of a girl tentatively identified as a 12-year-old who ran away from her Royal Oak home after a fight with her mother. I mean, that's the part that sucks, is the mother said, well, why don't you stand outside until you know, and then, so it shows it in the documentary. The mother says on an interview, I told her to go outside, you know, and just stand there until she could behave. And instead she got a backpack and went and was heading over to her father's house. And something happened to her. I mean, imagine the guilt on that mother. I mean, unbelievable. The body of a girl tentatively identified as 12-year-old who ran away from Royal Oak home after a fight with her mother was found off I-75 north of Big Beaver Road by a passerby motorist. So she was off of I-75, and that should be, so this is I-75 is the main one, so it might be around, I kind of was thinking it was maybe in this area, but, and it looks like that doesn't look like that anymore. Police said the girl, who was fully clothed, had been killed by a close-range shotgun blast to the right side of her head. So she was kept alive for days and days, and then they shot her in the head, likely strangled her, then shot her in the head, and it just, I mean, there's an image on there with a whole bunch of blood on the ground. The girl had not been sexually assaulted, according to the Oakland County medical examiner. Police were checking dental records and fingerprints, but said they would not have a positive identification until Monday. Jill, a sixth grader at Longfellow School in Royal Oak, left after an argument with her mother, who had asked her to make biscuits for dinner. Jill didn't want to. Man, isn't that crazy? Jill didn't want to, and Royal Oak police said after a disagreement, her mother, Miss Carol Robinson, told her to get out. Miss Robinson is divorced from Jill's father, Tom, a teacher at Oakland County Community College. Jill usually spent Wednesday nights at her father's house, but was unable to do so the night of her disappearance. Because her father had other plans. So the father probably feels guilty too. Jill left home wearing blue jeans, a bright orange parka, a blue wool cap, blue boots, and a blue backpack containing a blanket and cosmetics. A motorist on northbound I-75 in Troy, just north of the Beaver exit. Yeah, so the Beaver exit is the one that you see right here. This one, right? You go down to the street view. Yeah, I mean, I already. You don't even need to go to street view. I've already put a pin there. So that's the Beaver exit. So just north of it, you know, is that right here? Let me just do something really quick because I know what it looks like. Yeah, it might be right up at that orange sign around the corner there. But either way, I think I've got it pretty close. Let me just get up in the air here. Ew. Yeah, it might just be right in this area. I have a couple images that I took. There it is. This one, that one. And by the way, here's another image of the Stebbins I think those are his legs up, and that might be his head, his arms, and then his chest, like right there. That was in the documentary there. So, and he's looking at him again right there. Yeah, so this is a shot here from where they went down where her body was. So, I mean, that's a good way to look at it. Maybe if you look at it from backwards and it starts curving, is that where I have it right now? Yeah, so maybe it's a little bit further up. Yeah, it's hard to actually tell, and it looks like it's more of a straightaway than that, but somewhere right around in here. And that's where I have the pin right there. She was right around in this area. So, oops. Now the body was found between the freeway and a large empty field. And that's another reason I was thinking it was here, because that looks like a pretty big field right there. But it said between the freeway and a large... I mean, it's obviously, it probably looks different now, too. Police examined the ground around the area where the body was discovered with a metal detector to search for evidence. Royal Oak Police said they had talked to Jill's friends. And just a second, gotta get my... And did not yet know where she had been since Wednesday night. That's what we're trying to piece together, said Lieutenant Earl Ringer. Right now, we've got nothing. It's a real puzzler. Ted Rudinsky, a friend of the Robinson family, said Jill and her mother had disagreements, but they were just the things all kids go through. She was very bright, Rudinsky said. I suppose she had what you might call a changeable pre-teenage kind of nature. But he said Jill, who had a party for her 12th birthday 2 weeks ago, did not have any serious problems at home and had never run away before. Everybody's in a state of shock, Rudinsky said. Isn't that crazy? Never ran away before. The one time she does something like that, poof. Okay. Well, I'm sure it's pretty close, Hummingbird. Yeah. The dead girl was wearing blue knapsack containing a hairbrush. Which one are you talking about, Hummingbird? Where she was found or him? Because I already went over the other one. There was no books in the knapsack, although Jill had been reported as carrying 2 books, police said. There were footprints in the snow around the body when it was found. Jill's 2 younger sisters, Heather and Arlene, left with their aunt and cousin for Sunday school, while relatives arrived at the Robinsons' small green frame house on a quiet side street. She's just kind of numb, Mrs. Robinson's sister said. I'm just kind of numb right now. Everybody's kind of numb. Victim 12 left home Wednesday. Yeah. I'm not sure. So I guess, I mean, this is back what date was that on that last one? Hold on. Yeah, the 27th. Runaway girl found. And then this one is the body of a girl tentatively identified as 12-year-old runaway from her Royal Oaks home after a fight. They were unable to make a positive identification, but police said the dead girl was wearing clothing that matched the description of those worn by 12-year-old Jill Robinson. The girl had not been sexually assaulted. Jill didn't want to... Oh, this is the part about the biscuits. I think we already went through that. So I'll move it to the 28th here. Don't worry about it, Hummingbird. Your help isn't helping. Okay, you're just rambling on, and it's not being productive the way you're wording things. So go do something else. Okay, we're just going to go over the case the way it is. It's right in that area. Okay. Wow. Let's see. Girl's body positively identified. The body of a young girl found slain along Interstate 75 has been positively identified as 12-year-old Jill Robinson. Officials said they still had no idea where the girl had been since running away from home Wednesday after an argument with her mother. Her body was found Sunday by a passerby motorist. Jill was killed by a single gunshot blast in the face, officials said. Positive identification was delayed while dental records were checked. However, officials said soon after the body was found that the clothing on the material, the description of the missing royal oak, I can't really read, it's hard to tell what that's saying there, but 10 months ago, the body of 12-year-old Mark Stebbins. So somebody's saying, yeah, wow, Mark Stebbins. On January 14th, Sheila Schrock, that one I think was solved. 14 was raped and shot 3 times. On January 11th, the nude body of Cynthia, let me see if that's one of the, yeah, that's not even one of the ones that's suspected. Those ones have all been solved on those other cases there. And that was the 28th, and then the 31st. Thank you, Simple Life Days. All right.
Reading fund.
And then they found, police say they are still stymied by last weekend's murder of a young runaway girl despite the discovery of her bicycle less than a mile from her home. The purple, so that means somebody at that point, she was only a mile from her house on the way to her dad's house, and then somebody abducted her at that point. The purple and chrome bike that belonged to Jill Robinson, 12, was turned over to Royal Oak Police Wednesday after it was found behind a small office building. Her mother, Carol Robinson, identified it as Jill's. The girl ran away from her home early December 22nd following an argument with her mother. Her body was found last Sunday morning in a field off Interstate 75 in Troy. Police are still trying to figure out where Jill was between 7:30 Wednesday morning, when a family friend saw her riding her bicycle, until her body was discovered by a passing motorist. Then one more on her. Berkeley girl disappears, links to teen's death feared. A search was underway today for a 10-year-old Berkeley girl who vanished Sunday after going to a corner store to buy a movie magazine. Police say they fear the girl's disappearance may be related to a similar incident 2 weeks ago in which Jill Robinson, a 12-year-old who lived in the area, left her home. Let's see. And what's her name? Christina? Yeah. So that one has been solved, or it's not related, that one. So no suspect has been arrested in the Jill Robinson case, and police had very few clues, only the girl's bicycle, which was found a few days after her body was discovered. I wish we knew exactly, like they said, exactly where that was found in there. All right, so that was on December 1976. Yep. Oh yeah, and I got to do my normal public service announcement for my channel. Yeah, so on this channel, every single night we raise funds to help support my channel, to allow me to do what I'm doing, and then I try to donate over 50% of the net revenue to various charities, and I've been able to do that for 3 years now. I hope I can keep going. You know, you out there watching are the sole income for the channel, whether by channel memberships or super chats. There is no ad revenue on the live stream shows that I do. So if you feel like I do a good job putting out stuff that other people don't seem to want to touch because it doesn't have the zip and the bang and the ooh stuff, then please help support my channel with the super chats, or if you buy it with PayPal, if you send in $25, you can get the Grant Hughes Investigates notebook with 2 freak pens and a stress ball. There you go. That's all I can say. And if you can't afford it, I don't want you sending in a nickel. But if you can and you want to help support the channel, that would be awesome. All right, thanks. All right, now we're on to the Christine Mihelich. Sounds a little bit like Mihelich. Remember that? Her name is Mihelich, though. So this case is 1977. So the same winter as the previous case. It's the other one prior was December. Now we're in January. Thank you, Lisa Murphy and One Sly Angel. Berkeley police continued a door-to-door search Monday for a missing 10-year-old girl who disappeared Sunday afternoon on her way home. Isn't that interesting? Another Sunday disappearance. The child, Christine Mihelich, is the second South Oakland girl to disappear in the last 2 weeks. The other girl, Jill Robinson, 12, of Royal Oak, left home after an argument with her mother December 22nd.
I am glad there are still people interested in this case.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It was a strange time.
Left home after an argument with their mother December. They're talking about Jill Robinson again. She was found shot to death on December 26th. Police still have no firm leads in Jill Robinson's disappearance and murder, and for now refuse to link the 2 cases. We don't have anything at this time to indicate something similar, anything similar between the 2 cases, except they're both young girls, said Troy Sergeant George Reed, who, that's really not the only thing. They're both dead and they were disappeared. And I mean, they're looking, well, they don't know if she's dead yet. They just think she's missing. However, the Robinson girl lived less than 2 miles from Christine's home on Gardner near 12. Let's see. Christine was reported missing to police by her mother, Mrs. Deborah Ashcroft, at 6 p.m. Sunday. Christine's parents are divorced. Her mother remarried and was recently divorced a second time. According to Berkeley Police Sergeant David Pish, Christine returned Sunday from a week-long stay with relatives in Utica. About 3 p.m., with her mother's permission, she walked to a 7-Eleven store on 12 Mile, about 4 blocks from her home. She told her mother she wanted to buy a teen magazine. Christine arrived at the store, bought a magazine from the clerk, Kathy Carson, and left. The clerk was the last person to see Christine. Now, in the documentary, there is somebody that says he saw Christine get into a police car. But the reports, and there was an officer that was in the 7-Eleven, but nobody in 7-Eleven remembers seeing the officer. So we don't really know how accurate that is. But given the information that comes out later, you might think, well, that's possible. Christine arrived at the store, bought a magazine from the clerk. She came in occasionally to buy magazines from us. I remember she came in Sunday. She bought a magazine, I can't remember which one, and some candy and pop. Then she left. Her mother came in about 5 p.m. She gave me a description and asked if I had seen her. Oh, man. That must have been horrendous. I didn't worry too much then because she left and might have met a friend or something. But when the police came back at 7:30 p.m., I thought something was up. I thought immediately of the Royal Oak girl, Jill Robinson. If I hadn't been so busy, I would have watched her when she left. I feel so guilty. A neighbor described Christine as a quiet girl. She was really nice little kid. Christine liked to watch television. A neighbor said the child appeared to get along with her father, stepfather, and mother's boyfriend. No family members could be reached for comment. Christine is a 5th grader at Pattongill Elementary School. She is the eldest of 4 children. She is 4'8", 80 pounds, and has brown shoulder-length hair. So that's the lady that works at the 7-Eleven right there. She said, I remember she came in Sunday. She bought a magazine. I can't remember which one, and some candy. The bike, let's see, what is this one? Jill Road. So now they're talking about Jill Robinson. They found her bike in Royal Oak. She lived on Mayfield and Royal Oak. The bike was found Wednesday parked behind an office building on Main Street north of 12 Mile. Huh. So let's see where that is. So Jill Robinson lived here. This is 12 Mile. And then where's Main Street? So that's Main Street, and this is 12 Mile. And how far did they say? Live on Main Field and Royal. The bike was found Wednesday parked behind north of 12
Ocean
Mile.
Wave, Ocean Wave, Ocean
So her
Wave.
bike was found.
Starting a wave hashtag freaks.
No! Right around, somewhere in this area, let's just say. Bike. That's interesting. So, I wonder where her dad lived. Hey, thank you, K. Me and Carla Ray. Here, let me turn this down a little bit. And Cali Gal 3, thank you. I mean, I gotta tell you though, this thing, I think it's so much bigger than. See, what you're hearing now, it sounds like a serial killer, right? Like, oh yeah, there's a serial killer around. That's what it seems like, and it, I mean, I guess it's still possible, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Mom hopes, but no clues on the girl. People keep talking about the Royal Oak girl, but I'm just not going to even think about that. So they're comparing it to Jill. Meanwhile, both students and staff at the school Christine attends, Pettingill Elementary School, tried Tuesday to carry on normal, but the tension was there beneath the surface. At lunchtime, for example, a report of a lost child caused a frantic 20-minute search that one that ended happily as the missing child. Let's see what page. So I gotta go to 7A. What's this one? Okay, 53. That's 1D. I don't know, man. Doesn't look like they get to that one. But that's just another update. Then on January 6th, girl still missing. A helicopter, citizens band radios, and door-to-door police search have failed to bring any clues on the whereabouts of a missing Berkeley girl. Officials of this northern Detroit suburb said Wednesday night they have found no trace of 10-year-old Christine Mihelich, who vanished Sunday afternoon after going to a store near her home. Berkeley police had canvassed houses throughout the area to no avail. A borrowed Oakland County Sheriff's Department helicopter was used to search rooftops and open areas for about an hour Wednesday, but Berkeley Detective Sergeant David Pish said the effort failed. We even have the CBers out looking, said one Berkeley official. Police said they were bothered by similarities between the missing Mihelich girls case and the disappearance of 12-year-old from nearby Royal Oak, December 22nd. The Royal Oak girl, Jill Robinson, was found dead from a gunshot blast on a roadside December 26th. Police said roadsides already had been searched and no sign of the missing 10-year-old was found. So it just ends right here. Crucial said people have been calling with reports they cited the Mihelich girl, but checks of the more than 100 calls have yielded no new evidence. Alright, that was on the 6th, then the 9th. A 10-year-old vanishes and the town worries. So again, that was an apparent snatching right in the middle of 12 Mile Road in the middle of a Sunday afternoon, said Sergeant David Pish. If someone can be snatched, see, a lot of what they're suspecting is that the person who did this looked like they were a police officer or somebody, so that that they trusted the person. That's why it can be done in the middle of the day. You pull up, you go, hey, I'm a police officer, you got a badge, and they get into the car. And that's why the guy said at the 7-Eleven, a kid witnessed, I think it was, her actually, getting into a vehicle with a police officer. That's what he said. 12 Mile is heavily traveled, 4-lane commercial strip familiar to most of 25,000 people in Berkeley. Christine was last seen at 7-Eleven food store at 12 Mile in Oakshire. Yeah, I actually have all of her, like it was right here. Mihelich. This is the 7-Eleven. Like I said, 7-Elevens never leave. So there it is. That's the 7-Eleven she was in. And then from there, her bike, let's see. So that's the 7-Eleven. And then her bike was found over here. And look how interesting it is. Jill Robinson lived over in this area. Yeah. So let's get to I want to move it to January 22nd. So here we go. Missing girl is found dead. So this is the 22nd. So remember, the 1st is when there was articles even out there saying she's missing. And on the 22nd, they find her, and she had just been killed. Like, she had food in her stomach. This all... Somebody kept her somewhere doing God knows what. Body spotted in snowbank. And apparently this is on this road right here. I think it's called Bruce Lane. Sorry, remember, yeah, Bruce Lane right here. And all it goes is from right there to right there. So some of the shots they had on there looked like they had these roundabouts, but she's found right on the side of the road on this lane here. And I think if you go back to, let's see. No, it's an interesting one. The trees aren't even grown at that point. Yeah, so even back in 1999, most of those homes were there. And what it looks like is this. Yeah, so probably just on the side down in something like this, I don't know if it doesn't seem like they cared about hiding the body, though. Every body is found in a very easily seen place. So the body of missing Christine Mihelich, Berkeley, was found buried in a snowbank alongside a dead-end street in Franklin Village. The 10-year-old Oakland County 5th grader had been missing since January 2nd when she disappeared on her way home from a store near her home. There was no immediate indication of the cause of death, and police said the body was frozen so badly that doctors could not perform an autopsy until Saturday. Wow. Police said there were no marks of violence on either the face or hands. State Police Lieutenant Robertson said positive identification had been made. The site where the body was found was off Bruce Lane near Telegraph, between 12 and 13 miles, about a mile from where the nude body of 16-year-old Cynthia Cadeau of Roseville was found on Franklin Road on January 16, 1976. Miss Cadeau died of a skull fracture and had been sexually molested. Christine was the 5th youngster to die in a series of unsolved crimes that began or ended in Oakland County in the last year. Police said there were no immediate evidence to tie Christine's death with the other 4. Jerry Wanzi, 35, of Walled Lake, discovered the body Friday as he drove his mail van, so I guess this guy had a mail van, to a secluded Bruce Lane to deliver mail to 5 houses at the end of the street. Wanzi said he spotted what first appeared to be a bundle of clothes or a blanket about 6 feet off the road. He stopped to investigate. I saw a hand, Wanzi said. It scared the hell out of me. He said the girl was lying in a ditch on her back, fully clothed, with her knees drawn up. The body was covered by snow except for the exposed hand and the tops of her knees. Jeez. A trail of footprints led from the road to the ditch and back. Wanzi immediately drove to the nearby Franklin Village Police Department, where he noticed Chief Frank Wilson. Wilson and the mailman returned to the scene, and Wilson brushed snow from the face and body. The clothing, a navy blue parka and gray jeans, was the same outfit Christine was wearing when she disappeared. The physical description matched that of a 4'8", 80-pound missing girl who wore her brown hair shoulder length. Wilson immediately radioed for help, and some 24 officers from 4 other communities, as well as state troopers and Oakland County Sheriff's officers responded. Wanzi, who has been driving the same mail route for 8 years, said he was off his job Monday, but didn't see anything suspicious. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. He said the body would be difficult to see from the road unless a motorist was in a vehicle with a high seat, such as his mail van. Her face was covered with snow, and so was the rest of... Let's see, let me get the... Hopefully this one shows up this time. Or the rest of her body except for her knees and her hand, Wanzi said. He said it looked to him as if the snow had been thrown over the body in an effort to hide it. 2 police helicopters were called to the scene to make an aerial surveillance and take photographs. Sergeant Dave Pish of Berkeley, and by the way, all these links are in the description. Every single one of these. Okay, you can go check them out. Police speculated that the body may have been dumped in the ditch sometime after Monday because the footprints were made in plowed snow. Monday was the last time the road was plowed. So you think the person covered her intentionally with snow then? Steve Handel, 17, who lived in a home in the cul-de-sac at the foot of Bruce Lane, said he regularly walks along the road in the morning and afternoon to and from his school bus. Except for the homes at the dead end, Bruce Lane is flanked on each side by woods and fields. Handel said the only unusual thing he noticed this week was a pickup truck parked Thursday near where the body was found. He said the driver of the truck appeared to be sleeping. Yeah, I doubt that would be the killer. That'd be stupid. L. Brooks Patterson, Oakland County prosecutor, said there was no immediate evidence to tie Christine's death with the other 4 deaths of youngsters in southern Oakland County. Besides Miss Cadeau, Jill Robinson, 12, was found slain last December 26th, 4 days after she ran away from her Royal Oak home. Sheila Schrock, 14, was murdered while babysitting for her niece in Birmingham. A month later, the body of Mark Stebbins, 12, of Ferndale was discovered near a southern shopping center at 10 Mile and Greenfield. So anyways, there you go. Those are the 4 main cases. There's 3 other ones that they think might be involved. These ones have been linked forensically. Okay, but I'm just bringing these up now. And then we're going to... we have another... well, actually, we have a 4th. Sorry, I've only done 3. Sorry about that. Hey, thanks, Danielle. Oh, come on. My reading voice is...
Gray's reading voice.
It's not like chalk. Fingers on a chalkboard. Come on. I think my voice sounds like this. Hold on. I can't find... there it is. Yeah. Maybe not quite that bad, but... all right, I'm going to go... I got to use the restroom really quick, and then we'll get on to the 4th victim, Timothy King. Okay, so hold on a second. But thank you. Okay, I'm back now. I'm back, everybody! Now, they're all 4 linked, Colleen. I already told you that. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is Timothy King, missing Birmingham boy hunted. With the murders of 6 youngsters still unsolved in southern Oakland County, some 100 policemen fearfully scoured the area Thursday for an 11-year-old boy missing overnight. And this is March, right? So now a couple months later, right at the end of winter. A 17-year-old sister told police she last saw her brother, Timothy King, about 8:15 p.m. Wednesday when he borrowed 30 cents from her to buy candy at a nearby store. And yes, everybody, at one point in time, candy only cost way less than 30 cents. I mean, that's why 30 cents you could go over and buy a whole bunch of stuff. Hold on, I gotta get my control panel back up. It fell off. All right, there it is. Cool. A 17-year-old sister told police she last saw her brother Timothy King about 8:15 p.m. Wednesday when he borrowed 30 cents from her to buy candy at a nearby store. Police said Timothy took his football and skateboard with him when he went to a Hunter Maple pharmacy. Okay, I think I have him mapped out. Yeah, Hunter Maple. They gave the address out in one article. It's 655 East Maple Street. So that would have been right there. Although when you go back on that map that we were just looking at, there doesn't appear to be anything there at that time. Maybe something got... Yeah, now it's some kind of an urgent care building, but that's the general area that this store was in. Pharmacy. So the police said Timothy took his football and skateboard with him when he went to the Hunter Maple Pharmacy about 3 blocks from his home to go buy candy. Amy Walters, the clerk who sold the boy the candy, told police that Timothy left the store about 8:30 p.m. through a rear door that leads to a darkened parking lot. Jeez. We've no reason to believe he's a runaway, said Birmingham Police Chief Jerry Tobins. Whatever happened to Tim happened between the time he left the store and before he got home. It doesn't look particularly good at this time. Since late 1975, 4 children have been killed in the mostly affluent areas of southern Oakland County. Another youngster was abducted locally and killed elsewhere, and one more was was brought into the area and then killed. All the cases remain unsolved. 5 of the 6 children involved were girls. None of the cases involved ransom demands. Timothy's parents, Barry and Marion King, his sister Kathy, and his 2 other brothers, Christopher, 16, and Mark, 14, said he had no unusual problems at home or school. Classmates and teachers at the Adams Elementary School, where Tim is a 6th grader, described him as a good student and well-adjusted. He was active in sports, etc. He was wearing a red nylon shirt, dark green Levi corduroy trousers, and at this point he's just missing. Let me see if there's anything of value on the next page. Would leave the front door unlocked and the house lights on. It was the first time Timothy was to be at home alone. He was going to be home alone. When the parents came home, they found the front door ajar and no sign of the boy. They waited until Christopher and Mark came home, and then around midnight called the Birmingham police. We acted on this right away, said Chief Tobin. Police conducted a door-to-door search of the neighborhood, questioning neighbors. They talked to Timothy's classmates. The father said the boy promised his mother just last week he'd never talk to strangers, and he'd run away from them. So he'd run away from a stranger. Just had that conversation. His father mentions that in one of the press conferences. Robert Jones, principal at the Adams Elementary School, described Timothy as a happy, well-rounded pupil. Tim was a real fine student. Yes, and that's an image from the press conference that's in the documentary. You could just tell she was, it just destroyed their whole family. Even though they have those other kids, and I think one of the worst parts about it is that they had to picture that, especially the parent of the previous girl, how long they know that they were alive after being abducted. Just brutal. I think it was something like 23 days. Man who saw missing boy is sought. The police are seeking a man who reportedly was seen talking to Timothy King the night the Birmingham 11-year-old disappeared. State Police Detective Sergeant Joseph said the man was being sought as a witness and not as a suspect. No, he isn't. Police also announced that they believe the boy was abducted by 1 or possibly 2 men who may be involved in some of the murders of 6 children, still unsolved in Oakland County. They based their suspicion on a psychological profile of possible suspects developed by experts over a 3-month period. The type of man or men who they seek does not take drugs or drink and is a fanatic for cleanliness. That's interesting because there is one person in the documentary that's so... They call him like OCD, you know. He is a white, 20 to 35 years old, educated, and intelligent. I think they're getting that from how clean the bodies were. They'd all been washed. There was even there's specific chemical used to make sure that they were totally clean. All their clothing was clean, then put back on them. Or maybe they even dressed themselves, but they thought they were going to live. Police say they are looking for a white-collar worker who lives or works in Oakland County and whose job gives him freedom of movement. He may be undergoing psychiatric treatment and has the capacity to hold a victim for a number of days without being detected. We suspect we're dealing with a sophisticated, intelligent, educated man, said Birmingham Police Chief Jerry Tobin, the type of person a child would trust instinctively. Tobin said police are treating the disappearance of the boy as an abduction, and he said, "We are assuming this abduction is related to some of the others of the 6 unsolved." Timothy was last seen about 8:30 p.m. Wednesday when he walked out of the Birmingham pharmacy about 3 blocks from his home. He left by the rear door and walked into a darkened parking lot behind the store. Sergeant Crease said another person who was not identified told police he saw a boy fitting Timothy's description talking to a man standing beside a car in the parking lot. The man police want to question about Timothy's disappearance was described as was white, between 25 and 35 years old, with dark brown hair and a shag style. He has brown mutton chop sideburns, a fair complexion, and a husky build. That sounds a lot like one of the main people. He was wearing a rust-colored sport coat. And let's see. That doesn't go to it. We'll just go to another one. Yeah. I'll just move on to the next article. There's a whole bunch of them. There's probably overlaps. There always is. That was kind of cool because it had a little bit of a profile in it. Police asked public to help a medium-sized husky. I was hoping they just said a medium. Just stop there. A medium-sized, huskily built white man with brown hair and bushy eyebrows who, Brian Koberger was there, was seen talking to an 11-year-old suspect, or 11-year-old Birmingham boy the night of the disappearance, is now the prime suspect in the boy's abduction. More than 300 Oakland County police officers Saturday continued a grim, thorough search for Timothy King, an Adams Elementary School 6th grader. Police said they are also seeking 3 boys between the ages of 13 and 16 who were seen in a Birmingham parking lot by the same witness who saw Timothy talking with the kidnapping suspect. At the Birmingham City Commission offered a $25,000 reward for the arrest of the person or persons responsible. That's what they say the guy kind of looked like right there. Every postal carrier in Oakland County has been briefed, said Tobin. These carriers know the people on... Let's see. Oh, of course the witness became suspect. Yeah, I mean, that's you didn't... He wasn't ever... Just like in the Delphi case when they said, oh, the guy on the video, we just want to talk to him. Yeah, ask him, you might have seen something. No, you knew he absolutely was involved. Birmingham letter carrier Tom Graziano said, I've been watching since they posted it, but I haven't seen anything yet. Hey, Bama Forever. Yeah, it's yeah, it's crazy. It has so much information. I watched the documentary twice. It's like too much stuff. Well, thank you. Thanks for the idea.
This case has so much information, yet not enough to catch the killer.
Yeah, it's got.
Thank you for covering this, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thanks for telling me about the documentary. I think WNC Granny said, "Hey, Gray, have you ever heard about this one?" So maybe she watched that too. But the documentary is it's not new. It's like 3 or 4 years old, I think, and you can tell by what they're saying in there. Police Friday released a psychological profile of the probable kidnapping suspect. The profile was developed by psychiatrists, psychologists, and law enforcement personnel. The profile says the kidnapper is a white male, 20 to 35 years old, well-educated, intelligent. He has an abnormal sex habits and is fanatical about cleanliness, keeping his house and car spotless. The man described by the profile does not take drugs or drink much. He is a white-collar worker who lives or works in Oakland County and has a job that gives him freedom of movement. He also has the ability to hold his victim for a number of days without being detected. He lives an outwardly quiet and normal life. The man is undergoing or perhaps seeking psychiatric treatment. Why do you guys think that? The profile says, but shows no visible signs of deviance from normality. Yeah. So I'm just going over the general information on these guys, and in a little bit we'll get to some of the other stuff. It's crazy. Oh, this one's talking about, let's see. Birmingham police looking for Timothy King urged parents Sunday to take their children, to ask their children if they had ever been approached by a stranger who attempted to lure them into a car. They said they now believe the boy was solicited by his abductor on a chance basis, and that he has probably solicited other children. Timothy 11 disappeared Wednesday 4 blocks from his Birmingham home. This man is able to lure a youngster even to the point that the youngster ignores the safeguards and warnings he's been told. See, that's what makes you believe he may have been somebody pretending to be a police officer. I mean, it could be a police officer, but it's somebody pretending, perhaps. Somebody of authority that the kid would automatically trust without knowing the person. And it seems sort of likely, right? Because there's so many of these. They're all 4 missing in the middle of the day, basically, or at a time where other people should be able to see them. But nobody really noticed because there was no screaming or yelling or anything. It looked sort of natural the way they got into a car or something like that. Kidnapping linked to snowfalls. Yeah, so that's interesting, right? The kidnapper, that's why it's called the, what was it? The snow, hold on a second. Yeah, the children of the snow, right? The kidnapper of a Birmingham boy is a squirrel kind of killer who strikes when it snows, a Detroit criminal psychiatrist claimed Sunday. Dr. Bruce Danto said the kidnapper, who also is believed responsible for kidnapping and killing 3 other Oakland County youngsters, picks kids up like a squirrel picks up nuts in the winter, and then he drops them dead on the road. Danto said that's kind of a goofy comparison. Danto said the kidnapping of Timothy King, 11, Wednesday night, 4 blocks from his home, was triggered by predictions for snow. The psychiatrist said the kidnapper is a loner who cannot succeed in the adult world. Well, this is new. That's not in the other profile, but it was adept in conning children. And the man plays a game with homicide, achieving mental victory because, like the child he is, he is getting away with it. Danto said the killer always leaves his victims clean and warmly clothed to disguise in his own mind his heinous crimes. I think it's more he doesn't want to leave forensic evidence, you know. But yeah, I mean, disguise in his own mind his heinous crimes. I don't know. I think it's more likely just a technical reality. A second. Huh? God, people just got an email there. Earlier Sunday, police urged parents to ask their children if they had been approached. Let me see if there's anything of interest on this next page. Now there it is. The man is able to lure a youngster even to a point that he ignores the safeguards and warnings he's been told. We don't have a shabby, dirty man here with a bag of candy, he said. The man is described as white, medium-sized, huskily built, in his late 20s or early 30s with brown hair and mutton chop sideburns. He was seen talking to a boy believed to be the missing youth just moments before his apparent abduction. The witness, whom police would not identify, said he saw a boy believed to be Timothy talking to the man. At first, police searched for the man, thinking he might have been a witness to the abduction, but now they regard him as a suspect. Timothy, carrying a skateboard, had walked 4 blocks from his home to buy a candy bar at the Hunter Maple Pharmacy. Here's where it said 655 East Maple in Birmingham. He bought the candy, talked briefly to the store clerk, and left by the rear exit at about 8:30 p.m. He never returned home. A psychological profile based on similar crimes was released by police. I'm not going to read that again. All right, so you got that. And we're getting near the end of the articles for the This is on the 23rd. So now it's body found believed to be Tim King. So there you go, another one. A body found in a ditch in Livonia late Tuesday night was tentatively identified as that of Timothy King, missing since last Wednesday. Police said they believe the boy was found within an hour after he was killed. They said the body was spotlessly clean. Again, so there you go. Lieutenant Jack Kalbalish of the Birmingham Police Department said positive identification would not be made until later Wednesday. He declined to comment on the cause or time of death. But the dead boy was about the same age as the missing 11-year-old Birmingham boy and was wearing a red jacket, as he had been, police said. Oakland County Prosecutor L. Brooks Patterson said a skateboard was also found near the body. Police said the body was found in a ditch alongside Gill Road. I think, let's see if I have this. And it says this is Gill Road. Police said the body was found in a ditch alongside Gill Road at about 100 yards south of 8 Mile. So there's 8 Mile, and that's 100 yards, so right in that area here. And, you know, I'm sure back then there weren't as many homes. And So there's probably a ditch or something on the side of the road. I mean, let's go back to 1999 even. So that was there. But I mean, even 1999 is 23 years after. So if I go up that high, do I have any other options? Well, it's interesting because this is 1985, and just looking at that, even though it's a really crappy image, it almost looks like there's almost completely green there. And then if you move it forward, see how now there's houses and stuff there? So I think at that time there might not have been anything right in this area, and then that would have made sense. Even though it was really tiny to look at. But I mean, I can show you right here. See, there's a road and then it's just greenery there. This is 85. And then you go to the next one, obviously that's not green anymore. But it's also hard to tell because it's so blurry, that satellite image. Police said Timothy took his football and skateboard with him when he left home. He went to the Hunter Maple Pharmacy about 3 blocks from his home. A clerk there said Timothy left the store at 8:30 through a rear door leading to the parking lot. Police said a boy fitting Timothy's description was then seen talking to a man in the parking lot. Oh, wow. So in the back was talking to this person. The boy's disappearance was reported to Birmingham police about midnight after other family members returned home and found no sign of Timothy. Police had been seeking a man described as white between 25 and 35 years old. The man was wearing a rust-colored sports coat and dark pants and driving a late-model blue Gremlin. Turns out there's other officers don't believe it was a blue Gremlin, and that was sort of a what do you call that? A red herring. And it was some other type of vehicle. Another officer made a detective had a really much better description of what he thought it was. Since late 1975, 4 other children have been abducted and killed in southern Oakland County. So anyways, there he is, another victim, 4 killed within almost a year. And then the next day, there's one last one here. Strange pattern links deaths. So I wanted to see what they were talking about with the strange patterns here. And some of these though aren't related. Like the Cindy Cadeau here, it's not related. Although 7 children, the twisted killer who police believe has murdered 4 Oakland County youngsters is drawn to children between 10 and 12, sexually assaults the boys but not the girls, and leaves his carefully cleaned victims laid out in funeral postures, generally along quiet roads. Oh, interesting. You know, that is weird, you know, because when you remember the first individual... Here, let me go back really quick. Here, look at this. I knew something in my mind was saying something. Here, look. Let me show you. See how he's on his back, hand to the side, and his knees up right there? That's exactly how one of those girls was found. Remember? Her hand was sticking up on her back, and the knees were coming out of the snow. Is that crazy or what? That's exactly the same. Jesus. Timothy King, 11, of Birmingham, last seen at a drugstore parking lot 3 blocks from his home March 16th. His body was found in a ditch. Christine Mihelich, 10, last seen January 2nd at a party store where she went to buy a magazine near her Berkeley home. Her body was found lying in the snow on Bruce Lane, and that's the one. So it's Christine Mihelich who was on her back with her knees sticking up. Jill Robinson, 12, who ran away from home after an argument with her mother last December 22nd and was last seen that evening near a hobby store near her home in Royal Oak. She was found laid out in the snow near Big Beaver Road off I-75 in Troy, December 26th. Mark Stebbins, 12. So these 4 in a row here are related. 12 was disappeared February 2nd, 1976, after leaving an American Legion Hall at 9 Mile in his hometown of Ferndale to go to watch TV. His body was found 17 days later in a parking lot at 10 Mile and Greenfield. So they kept him for 16, 17 days. Police believe the 3 other children who died in the 14-month beginning January 16th were the victims of other killers. So there you go. They're even saying that right there. Yeah. So let me see if any of these other 3 that they've got, because on Wikipedia, they actually mention let's see. Yeah, Jane Louise Allen is one of the ones that they suspect might be related, but Sheila Schrock's case has been solved, and I also believe that that's weird. There's another individual with the last name of King that's one of the, and then Cynthia Cadeau I think has been solved too. So this one here, and look at that's August 7th. That doesn't fit the snow time frame that they've got. Livonia police said the body was still warm. Okay, let me. Orange skateboard the boy had taken with him. They're talking about King here. Davis called Livonia police at 11:05 p.m. and the first police car arrived at about 10 minutes later. Livonia police said the body was still warm when they arrived. They called. That's crazy. They called Livonia Fire Department to attempt artificial resuscitation, but it was unsuccessful. The area was cordoned off, and even lawmen were kept from the immediate scene until the state police mobile crime lab arrived to probe for clues. Authorities said they didn't want footprints from officers to mar the scene. Police said it appeared the body had been laid rather than dumped in the ditch. Aside from the mud from the ditch, the boy's clothing, which he had been wearing when he vanished, was clean and neat. After the crime lab technicians finished their work, the body was taken to the Wayne County morgue. Mrs. King appeared about 11:30 a.m. Wednesday to make a formal identification. The 45-year-old mother appeared shaken and upset, and as she arrived at the morgue with 3 lawmen. She sat a few minutes on a morgue bench and smoked a cigarette to compose herself, then was taken before a closed-circuit television screen showing the face of her dead son. She flushed, closed her eyes, and nodded, affirming that it was Timothy. Then her head sank, and she leaned it on the chest of an accompanying officer, who tenderly put his arms around her and held her for a few minutes. Calmed again, she signed the necessary papers and left with 2 of the officers and Father Vale, maybe. Later, the parents, through Birmingham Police Chief Jerry Tobin, made a joint statement expressing their gratitude to lawmen, neighbors, and friends and the news media. We wish the search had come to a successful conclusion, they said. Hey, well, thank you, Karen. That's crazy. You feel safe there?
As a life,
I always like Detroit. Always makes me nervous.
So happy you are covering this.
Let's see. Police appealed to anyone in the area of Gill Road and 8 Mile Tuesday night to report anything they thought suspicious. Tobin noted that more than 50 area police departments now are involved in the search. The slayings have enraged and frightened area residents. People are scared, said Oakland County Sheriff Johansson Spreen. Parents are now driving their children to school and picking them up. When a child has been missing a couple hours where the parents would have waited it out, now they call us right away. It's really a sick crime, said Tobin. of Timothy's slang. Whatever he is, he's sure degenerate. Tobin noted that during the hunt for the boy, his mother had appealed for the safe return of her son in an emotional public letter. She said his favorite dinner of fried chicken would be waiting for him. The autopsy report showed that shortly before his death, Timothy had been given a chicken dinner. Wow, isn't that crazy? So that means the killer was listening. Or might have asked him, what's your favorite food? He said that, but most likely they were watching the press conference on television, and that made them a little bit nervous. And, yeah. Okay, so that sort of ends just the information on them. You can see that the police is getting suspicious. So it's hard to, this next part, okay, so here's this craziness. So let me just start here. Well, it's all crazy, but there's this individual named Francis D. Sheldon, and here's the newspaper article from 1959. It says, 2 Grosse Pointe brothers said today they plan to develop a small uninhabited island in northern Lake Michigan as a summer resort. Francis D. Sheldon and Alger Sheldon Jr. said they have purchased North Fox Island from Mrs. Alma Plant of San Diego. The 847-acre island is located 20 miles northwest of the tip of Leelanau County, about 30 miles west of Arbor Springs in Emmett County, and 10 miles southwest of Beaver Island, which is part of the Charlevoix County. It is part of Lenox County. The brothers said they plan to build a landing field on the island this fall and will make other improvements before next summer. Okay, so that island, this is Michigan right here, and it's right there. They bought this guy named, see, this is where we start getting into the Jeffrey Epstein world here. This is exactly the same shit. It's crazy. I mean, what a. So let me move on to the next one here. Developed airfield on North Fox Island. This is 1962 right here. A vacation mecca for aircrafts out of North Fox Island Company owners is being developed on, let's see, the direction of President North Fox Island as part of Francis D. Sheldon and his brother. So they're building an airstrip on this island, okay? That's what they're doing. Then in 1976, okay, so what they did was they built a camp for boys. It was supposed to be for something else, a resort. Instead of doing that, they built a camp for boys having issues. You know, like one of those kind of, not really sure what you'd call it, but it was a camp for troubled youth. I'm not even sure where it was on this island now. That's nuts. Look at that. Let me go back in time. Is there like 19? And there's the, what's interesting is look at that. That's the airstrip. It's there. It's on the island. When one person owns an island, that's creepy. Well, can you see now, like we're in the Jeffrey Epstein realm now. There's a landing field there, right? You've got an island where these boys are you know, and it's really deep. You know, it's almost like something you can't really cover, but I know that.
Person owns an island. That is creepy.
Yep. When one person owns an island, that's creepy. Yeah. So in the documentary, there's a kid. When he was a kid, he was a let's see, what was it? He befriended a male in Detroit. In a greenhouse, he tells the story. He befriended a male, and the guy would use him for, you know, as a comedy at his comedy shows or at magic shows, I mean. And then he would sort of eventually he kind of trained the kid into sexual activity. And then he took the kid, he could fly, this guy, and he flew him to this island. And he said when they're on this island, they were all, a lot of the kids were tied up again on trees and made to perform sexual acts on this island. And then he was flown back. And then he tried to tell the police at one point, but they threatened him. So he didn't say a damn thing. But later on, as an adult, he has come forward. It's really an insane story, what's going on here. Apparently, he said that there were politicians, officials, all these high-ranking people on this island participating in the sex acts with these kids. Okay? And that's where you think, man, doesn't that sound a little like Jeffrey Epstein? You know, where was he Jeffrey Epstein was 23 years old when this camp opened. It was only open for 2 years. Okay, but check this out. So this is an article, Police Link Island to Porno Ring. See, isn't this crazy? When you look now at the Delphi case, after I've listened to this documentary and I've read through these part of these articles, I didn't have time to read them, I immediately go, holy crap, the Delphi case and the pedophile ring with the Dropbox account could be just like something like this, and that's why they brought Kagan Klein to the Grissom Air Force Base, and we're having him talk to a huge conglomerate of people. Guess what, though? In this situation, people that know things, man, there's a guy that was absolutely aware of the island, and they said, listen, we will let you out of prison on parole if you just tell us about what's going on. And he said, nope, he won't say a word, and they've left it. He's got a life sentence. He gave up just helping out over a life sentence. I mean, he had a deal, and that's incredible. And that means he didn't want to say anything, because if you say something, you end up dead. That's the reality here. And then you transfer that over to like a Kagan Klein. Is that why they say he hasn't been making deals at all? Because if he turns out that they think that he has, well, boy, he's in trouble now. And those people have long arms. They have long reach inside the prison. I mean, you know what sucks is it sounds conspiratorial in my mind, but it just kind of isn't. I mean, it's bizarre. This is real stuff. And I think it's just by nature, it's conspiratorial. So anyways, let's take a look at this. North Fox Island, the lush 800-plus acre hidden away off Grand Traverse Bay, owned by millionaire Francis D. Sheldon, is believed by police to have been the site of alleged criminal sexual conduct involving young boys. Furthermore, investigators believe Sheldon may be linked to the national chain of pornographic activity which took place at various locations, including North Fox Island and a boys' camp in Tennessee. The allegations reportedly involve various crimes, including sodomy, oral sex, and filming of various homosexual acts. They even talk about, on the documentary, that is it possible that the 4 killed in Detroit were to film the deaths as snuff films for kids. I was like, oh my God, we've been talking about this. That charge involving 14-year-old boy evolved from an incident that occurred in Port Huron, not on Fox Island. However, based on allegations from downstate youths, additional warrants are suspected. We are essentially assisting St. Clair authorities. Chappell said preliminary investigation has not revealed any involvement. So here's the thing. This Sheldon, Francis D. Sheldon, is absolutely, his family and him are some of the richest people in the entire state of Michigan. And he took off after he got wind somehow that they were going out to this island, and he took off and he flew over to like the Netherlands or something. You know, he's hiding out over there. I don't know if he's still alive now, but you know, he's. St. Clair police said a warrant also has been issued for New York man Dyer Grossman on a charge of criminal sexual conduct. Like the Sheldon warrant, the charge stems from an alleged Port Huron incident involving a young boy. He also indicated further arrests are expected. Both Grossman and Sheldon are still at large. The New York man is believed to be in California, police said, but Sheldon's whereabouts are unknown. Yeah, exactly. The Record, Eagle learned last week that telephone service at Sheldon's Ann Arbor residence, 750 Green Hill Road, had been disconnected within the last couple of days, and service had been transferred to another city. Police said that the home has since been sold. Jeez. I mean, he's selling his home that quickly and everything? Just ding, 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 ding. The 48-year-old millionaire also is the reported owner of a ski lodge in Aspen, Colorado. He gained statewide attention in 1972 when he and a partner drafted plans to dam the Monroe Creek near Charlevoix and build 1,300 vacation homes around the 400-acre lake that would result. Anyways, that's the guy right there. Look at that. Let me see what's on page 3. Oh man, yeah, that's Police Link Island. The 1975 annual report states the purpose to provide medical tutoring. See, listen to this. This is what he's saying that he was doing with the camp. Sheldon Grossman and both Richards are listed as directors or trustees. Two other names, those of Arthur Banda of San Francisco and Daniel Fucatola of New Jersey, have been crossed off in the 1975 annual report. And by the way, I'm not just bringing this guy up randomly. There are connections of Frank Sheldon and information surrounding the murders of those 4 kids. Right? So it says the 3 incorporators are listed. The 1975 annual report states that these purposes are to provide remedial tutoring, counseling, temporary lodging, boarding, retreats, and emergency care for runaways. I mean, what a perfect place for psychos like this. I mean, look at that. These down and out kids, they bring to the island, they abuse, take pictures with, fly in these really rich people. Man, how come we never get arrests on this stuff? Like, let me ask you this. How come the people that are in Jeff Epstein's documents haven't been put in prison currently? Are they all not talking either? Because they know that it's, you know, like, for example, isn't it interesting that Epstein isn't alive? See, there's something, I guarantee, this is what I think. I think there's this huge, I mean, it sounds so conspiratorial, but it's such a high-level thing and access that people have been granted that they have the ability to put a hit out on somebody like Epstein, who could have given up the goods on everybody. Yeah, you know, I bet you she's still in prison because she wouldn't say everybody, right? Yeah. Hey, thanks, Melissa Sal. And just reading that, what they use the school for, it's so obvious, you know. 1975, the island was appraised at $312,000. Really? That's it? Jesus. Sheldon has challenged that appraisal, however, arguing that the property, including an airstrip, roads, his glass timber home, and other improvements, is worth closer to $140,000. What? How can an island that big only be worth that much? That's ridiculous. Sheldon's home sits high on the west bank, surrounded by a white birch. The beach below was described as a mixture of sand and gravel. State troopers from the Traverse City Post are watching the airstrip on North Fox for Sheldon's plane, reported to be a Piper Seneca 2. So he's still just on the loose. And there's a better picture of him, or worse, depending on how you... There he is, boy. I mean, that's just pedophile central, right? North Fox Island, the Lake Michigan hideaway owned by wealthy Ann Arbor investor Francis D. Sheldon, may have been used for criminal sexual conduct. A warrant for Sheldon's arrest for criminal sexual conduct was issued several weeks ago. And so here's the thing, is the... let's see. I think it was one of the kids... Right, remember the kid I told you about that came forward and the police threatened him, so he shut up? Well, after the police threatened him, he called the guy that used him. And that guy worked directly with Sheldon here. So that guy probably almost immediately called Sheldon to tip him off, and then he got the hell out of Dodge as quick as he could. Gordon said the boy... Yeah, well, he is they call him a philanthropist. Like, he's got a lot of money, so he tries to... I mean, this guy just fits right in with Epstein, that one Hollywood actor that got arrested. Or not, the producer guy. I mean, it's just like him. You know, Bill Clinton, you know. How dare you, Gray? Sheldon and Grossman both sat on the board of directors of both Paul's Children's Mission. It was incorporated in Michigan in June 1975, although it is not licensed in Michigan as a boys' camp. Now, literature promoting the camp does not say it is on North Fox Island. It merely describes the site as a beautiful, privately owned Michigan island located some 35 miles off the coast of Charlevoix. North Fox Island actually is 26 miles from there. The camp, according to the literature, operated on the principles of naturopathy, treats disease by assisting nature and sometimes by using herbs, vitamins, salts, and physical manipulation of the body. Oh, of course. Okay. There it is, everybody. All of the assaults you were doing was really just chiropractic work that they just didn't understand, right? Don't you think that's why he's saying that? That there's chiropractic body manipulation? The police in Traverse City said Saturday that they intended to ask the Oakland County prosecutor for additional warrants based on allegation. The state police investigation began with the arrest of Richards, a Port Huron naturopath who operated a small shop. Massage table. He allegedly filmed homosexual activities involving young boys. Richards pleaded guilty last July to a charge of criminal sexual conduct with a 10-year-old boy and is now serving a 2 to 20-year term in Jackson Prison. Photographs and films found in Richards' possession at the time of his arrest also led police to raid a boys' farm in Alto, Tennessee last month. See, doesn't this sound similar to like Kagan Klein? They have these meetings with him to try to, bust up the entire complex here. That farm was operated as a private rehabilitative home for teenage boys. Wow. Exactly the same thing. This farm that was operated as a private rehabilitative home for teenage boys, just like his operation on the island. See, if I was just watching the documentary, I'd go, oh, okay, well, I don't know. This is all in the papers way back then. I mean, this is from 1976. The Franklin County, Tennessee grand jury indicated Vermeil on 16 counts of criminal sexual conduct. Pete Bolden, who is Pope's chief investigator, said Saturday that Sheldon's name was included in the list of sponsors Oh yeah, that's right. And so at this camp, you had these donors and sponsors, and if you sent in a certain amount of money, you had access to the kids there. Sheldon, a 48-year-old bachelor who was never married, told reporters a year ago that he took young friends to North Fox Island frequently, acting as a volunteer with the Big Brother organization. How sick is that? Floyd Metz, executive director of Big Brother for the metropolitan Detroit area. See, there you go. Right there. There's the connection, a connection right there with Sheldon directly to Detroit and the Big Brother program. And, who knows how it worked? Did he say, hey, you guys heard of the Big Brother program? And lured somebody to the car? And I don't know. It feels to me as if the 4 murdered victims were flown out to that island, had all kinds of pictures taken, except I guess it was Amsterdam is where Sheldon went. They apparently found all of the, like a ton of material in Amsterdam, but the police there didn't find any images of the 4 murdered individuals. So it's possible it's related, but they didn't necessarily have to go to the camp. Somebody else could just be part of the network and say, hey, I can do this at my own, keep them at their house, take photographs, sell them to people. Sheldon is a Yale graduate whose family has been prominent in Detroit for almost 125 years. Sounds like Alec Murdoch a little bit. His father's land development projects included subdividing Rosedale Park. Sheldon learned to fly and bought his first airplane with money from a trust fund he inherited. He bought North Fox Island in 1960. He was actually 59. The thickly forested island had its own airstrip. Sheldon said he enjoyed its beauty and isolation. Are you guys finding this interesting? Oh, there he is again, on his little island right there. Businessman, the focus of island sex charge. The whereabouts of a wealthy Ann Arbor businessman remain unknown Sunday as state police investigated allegations that his Lake Michigan... Well, I think the fact that he took off and has never been seen again, speaks volumes, don't you think? Camp operated on the principle of naturopathy. Yeah. Gerald Richards, former president of the mission, is serving time in southern Michigan prison for criminal sexual activity with a young boy. Oh, yeah. So I think this Richards guy, Gerald Richards, he's the one that it all kind of... Oh, that's right. So Richards is the one who... Remember the boy I said who came forward and the police threatened him? That's the guy. That's the kid who Gerald Richards tricked in, flew him out to the island, assaulted him, had him perform all these various acts and so forth. And he's the one that is sort of, pretty much responsible for breaking all of this. The kid is, and then this Gerald Richards is, I believe, the individual. Right, so he's the one. He's got glasses and, just a really, the way he looks, he looks like a Rubik's Cube champion. But he's sitting there. In the documentary, you can see him. Police also have a warrant for Grossman's arrest for alleged criminal sexual conduct with a young boy in Port Huron. Let's see. So this is the one right here. Gerald Richards, former president of the mission, is serving time in southern Michigan prison for criminal sexual activity with a young boy. That's the one. Richards first told police about Sheldon and another member of the mission board of directors, Dyer Grossman. So, it was weird as Gerald Richards could fly too. And he would fly this guy out to there. I mean, so I think the island was a place for rich and wealthy people that are pedophiles to fly out and enjoy their time like a bunch of barbarians. Yeah. Porno figures try to join Big Brother. Jeez. Listen to this. Associates of missing Ann Arbor millionaire Francis D. Sheldon apparently tried unsuccessfully to use the Big Brother organization as a source of boys for alleged homosexual and pornographic activities. Sergeant Joel Gorzin of the St. Clair State Police Post told the Record Eagle today that Gerald S. Richards had applied for membership to the Big Brother group in Port Huron. Richards, I mean, how sick is that, right? They were trying to get on the board over there. Or, be a member of it. Just sick. Grossman now being sought for police on a charge of criminal sexual conduct involving a 10-year-old Port Huron boy. Its vice president of Children's Mission believed linked to a national chain of pornographic homosexual activities. I think it's more like child pornography. Sheldon is a director of the mission and sole owner of North Fox Island, the alleged site of the camp's activities. In an incident alleged to have occurred between July 12th through the 14th of this year, Gorzin said, the St. Clair detectives flew into Traverse City this morning to meet with Sergeant Don Chappell of the local post. I mean, some of this there's just so much information. I'm just trying to find some involving an 8-year-old Port Huron boy on North Fox Island. That incident is alleged to have occurred between July 12th through the 14th. Investigators believe Sheldon is linked to a national chain of pornographic filmmaking, some of which is alleged to have taken place in a nature camp on North Fox Island and at a boys' camp in Alto, Tennessee. Sheldon is listed as a sponsor of the Tennessee camp and a member of the board of directors of the nature camp operating under the guise of Brother Paul's Children's Mission. Yeah, geez, this whole thing is just sick. Investor faces second sex charge. Let's see. Wealthy Ann Arbor investor Francis D. Sheldon, already sought by police on a charge of molesting a 14-year-old Port Huron boy, has been charged with criminal, and I think that 14-year-old is the same one we're talking about. The one that the police threatened. He was with Gerald, and then Gerald took him there, and then he was assaulted by Francis as well. So he's not just some guy trying to make money. He's actively involved in it. Huh? Who are you talking to? What are you talking about, Cindy? God. Man, it's just such random comments all the time. Based on a complaint, let's see. Yeah, right here. Has also been charged with criminal sexual. State Police Detective Sergeant Joel Gorzin said the alleged incident happened last summer between July 12th and 14th on North Fox Island, which is wholly owned by Sheldon. Based on a complaint signed by Gorzin, Leelanau County Assistant Prosecutor James Williams requested and got an arrest warrant from District Judge Richard Benedict. The first warrant for Sheldon's arrest was issued several weeks ago, but police have not been able to locate him. His father said last week that Sheldon was out of the country. Police say Sheldon may have used his Lake Michigan island as a place to engage in criminal sexual conduct with young boys. Sheldon and two others charged with similar sexual misconduct were directors of Brother Paul's Children's Mission, which published literature promoting a boys' camp on an island which may have been North Fox Island. wonder. The camp's in there. On the documentary, they actually go out to the camp and visit it. I think I'm just going to move it forward here. Alright, so this is now we're April 4th, 1977. A nationwide child pornography racket is hiding behind the moral aura and tax-exempt status of a church. A 4-month investigation conducted by the Record Eagle has determined that the Church of the New Revelation of Kearney, New Jersey is tied to an underground network that uses young boys for homosexual and pornographic purposes. The investigation has further disclosed that the church and several other organizations like it have been granted income tax exemptions by Internal Revenue Service.
If they were into boys?
Well, none of them were assaulted. We already talked about that. Internal Revenue Service, which considered them to be charitable organizations. I mean, we don't know what they were used for. Maybe they were forced to do something on the younger boys, and then they were filmed. You know, I mean, I know it's kind of a strange question, really, but just kind of, you know, I don't want to say use your imagination, but I mean, you know. Thank you, KJoe76 and Marie Crossley. They did a lot of things where they set up scenes and made people to do things. It was also learned that principals behind the homosexual pornography racket and had duped at least 2 states into paying for the care of children while they were used for homosexual. I mean, they should get rid of it, not call it behind the homosexual pornography. It should be, you know, it's child pornography. This new information reinforces the theory held by law enforcement and child care authorities across the country that child pornography is not the work of a few sick amateurs, but of interconnecting organizations. I mean, listen to this, everybody. This is back in the 70s. I mean, look how similar this is to what we've sort of been hinting at in the Delphi case. And just the sheer numbers of people, right? So it was learned. Let me just get to that part. This new information reinforces the theory held by law enforcement and child care authorities across the country that child pornography is not the work of just a few sick amateurs, but of interconnecting organizations designed to profit substantially through the exploitation of children. And that's why we have places like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And I'll probably have, you know, in the next week or so, we'll have to donate to them again because, I mean, what a perfect case to cover to support an organization like that. We just haven't brought in enough revenue yet this month to do it. It seems to be like spider webs strung out all over the nation, says Mason Spong, a New Orleans juvenile detective. 3 supposedly charitable organizations have already been pinpointed by police as alleged fronts for the production of pornography using young boys. They are Boy Scout Troop 137 of New Orleans, Boys Farm Inc. of Alto, Tennessee, and Brother Paul's Children Mission located on North Fox Island, which is part of Leelanau County, just off Grand Traverse Bay. In addition, 3 other corporations were set up as tax dodges and used as fronts for the production of homosexual child pornography, according to confessions of Gerald Richards, now serving time in Jackson Prison on a criminal sexual conduct conviction. Richards has identified the organization as the Church of the New Revelation and the Ocean Living, Institute, both of New Jersey, and the Educational Foundation for Youth of Illinois. He said all three were involved in promoting homosexual behavior between boys. But anyways, what KJ076 was saying is, all these organizations are for boys and everything like that. But I think it's children. It's child pornography. The camp itself was for boys because that's sort of something that you could get away with, right? Just try to picture it. You can't have a camp run by a guy for troubled girls, right? So you make it for troubled, male youth. Oh, it's, like the Boy Scouts almost, who cares? And so then maybe they ship in girls to perform acts with the guys there, and then they film it, and then they trade that material out there and sell it. That's how sick they are. I watched what? I was going to cover this case, and then I watched the documentary because I already had a folder and everything, all the files and everything. But
Gray, I am so excited you watched
Bama Forever told me to watch this.
People from Michigan have no clue or would choose to keep their eyes closed to it. Thank
Oh
you.
man, yeah. If you're living in Michigan and you haven't watched that documentary, you blew it. Get on it really quick. Is what I would say.
Thank you for supporting causes like Reck, Rain, and so many others. Gray and the Freaks make a difference.
Well, thank you. Yeah, well, you guys supporting me is how we as a group can make a difference. You guys support my channel, allows me to make an income, and because of the overall generosity of all the freaks, that's how we're able to, like last year we donated from the income from the channel $62,000. Okay, that's not chump change in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. I think I said that right. The documentary is called "The Children of the Snow." It's on Discovery Plus. There's 2 parts. You might just be able to watch it, but I got Discovery Plus anyways, just to watch the damn thing. It's just it's insane. The whole time you keep thinking, like, this is exactly what a conspiracy sounds like and looks like. The ones that are real, the real ones, not the crazy ones that people come up with on every single case. Let's see. Richards was president of Brother Paul's Children Mission and director of the Nature Camp, which was created and operated under the auspices of the Church of the New Revelation. Probably they used the church name to probably launder the money that they got for selling the pornographic information. His name may be an alias. Let's see. An investigation of incorporation papers in 3 states confirms that a central figure in all the organizations cited by Richards goes by the name of Adam Starchild. Oh, thank you, Allie K. And let's see. The name of the Adam, it was an alias maybe, according to New Jersey authorities. Starchild is listed as the president of the Church of the New Revelation and was the primary incorporator of Brother Paul's. He is also listed as president of the Ocean Living Institute and a trustee of the Educational Foundation for Youth. His name may be an alias, but it's listed in the Kearney, New Jersey telephone book, and the man who answers says his name is Adam Starchild. In an interview with the Record Eagle, he said the 4 organizations were not set up to be fronts for homosexual pornography, but it is possible they may have been used for that purpose. Well, yeah, you think they're going to write down, what's the use of your organization? Well, it's for, nobody's going to type that in. Of course they were created for that. Sheldon left a trail of shock. Now let me just try to read through this whole thing on this one. Here, let me remove this. That way we'll get rid of all the yellow crap on there. Oops, no, I guess it didn't. No, there it is, yeah. So there. Alright, here we go. I'm going to get through this one. When Francis D. Sheldon went into hiding to avoid prosecution on sexual... This is December 1977, so really late. There's almost nothing on him after this. Francis D. Sheldon went into hiding to avoid prosecution on sexual misconduct charges. He left behind a trail of shock, disbelief, anger, betrayal, and ultimately suicide. Right, well, that one might not actually be a suicide. Although a year has passed since his disappearance, Sheldon's name today remains on the lobby registry of the Buell Building in Detroit. Buell Building. And authorities say the 49-year-old Ann Arbor millionaire business is being conducted by the fugitive Birmingham attorney L. Bennett Young, a bachelor licensed pilot, graduate geologist, part-time university professor, amateur botanist, land developer, oil consultant, market investor, reputed author, and sole owner of North Fox Island, Sheldon's Enterprises, hopscotch across the country, oil leases in Kansas City, a ski lodge in Aspen, a land investment company in Denver, the Monroe Creek development in Charlevoix, and extensive stock holdings in West Indies Trust Company. Police records indicate Sheldon cleaned out his Ann Arbor and North Island Fox residence shortly after Gerald S. Richards, an associate of Sheldon's in Brother Paul's Children's Mission, was arrested. So isn't that amazing? That he was able to clear that out that quick. And the thing is see, when Richards was arrested, he was, let's see, how did that work? The kid that came forward, he called Richards to say, hey, there was cops over here. So you know that he immediately called up Francis Sheldon, and that gave him a ton of time. You know, that's how it went. They don't say that in the documentary, but that's how I think it went. Police records indicate Sheldon cleaned out his Ann Arbor and North Fox Island residence shortly after Gerald S. Richards was arrested. That was in July of 1976, approximately 1 week before state police obtained a search warrant, for the Ann Arbor premises. A warrant was issued, and the kid said that if they had just nurtured, made him feel safe, that he would have given them a ton of information and everything would have been solved way back then. But instead, he clammed up because they were threatening to ruin his whole family and everything. But why would they do that? See? That makes, again, it seems suspicious. Who, if there's anybody in the police force or something like that. Let me see, hold on, there's another name here. The key name in this case that we haven't even talked about yet is, let me get it here. Chris Bush is his name. There's a guy named Chris Bush, and I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there now, but he has a connection to Francis Sheldon, and they found him in his house dead with a shotgun blast to his head, and he was wrapped up like a cocoon in his bed, and there's almost no way that he could have done it. There isn't anybody that's seen the scene that goes, oh yeah, he did this. So somebody went in there and took him out just before he was able to maybe, put the information out there that shouldn't be out there. Apparently, he took a lie detector test with with his own lawyer's expert. They did a practice lie detector test with him, and he admitted to killing at least, I think it was at least one or two or maybe all three of the kids in this case. And he said that, that's what he said in the polygraph test. And then, what was it? I can't remember exactly what happened after that. Yeah, it's not a suicide. Who are you talking about, Revengeance? Did you watch the documentary? You'd see it if you saw the pictures. It's really obvious. Gray nose. Let's see. I bet there were police. So yeah, he took the polygraph test. He said that. Oh yeah, and then a detective talked to. Who was that? God, it was. There's so many tentacles to this, but it was some other person involved in the case. The polygrapher that gave this guy told him it, and then he almost said the name, but he goes, "Oh wait, I shouldn't be telling you this because I was working for his attorney at the time." So he wouldn't give the name, but he gave a clue that said, "However, the person I gave the polygraph to is dead, and his attorney is dead, and the only person in the investigation that matched that information is the Chris Bush individual." There you go. So let me continue on. His prominent, gross, pointy parents, the Alger Sheldons, say they have had no contact with their son since he fled Michigan. Both are reported to be ill. His brother Alger Jr. is reported to have told authorities that he was hiring an armed guard and posting North Fox Island, the alleged site of illicit sexual conduct, to keep curiosity seekers and police away, unauthorized police away. Many residents of Charlevoix who knew Sheldon as a gentlemanly scholar who was willing to share his good life have yet to fully recover from the shock of his alleged sexual deviation and his disappearance. Authorities, on the other hand, now believe that the purported benefactor had ulterior motives when he treated youths to hunting trips on the island, skiing trips at Aspen, beach parties at the family estate at Antigua in the Caribbean, and set up trust funds for their college educations. The tiny lakeside community was further jolted when shortly after Sheldon disappeared, an 18-year-old youth whom the millionaire had befriended since he was 9 committed suicide. That's somebody else then. It's not Bush. Informed sources say Sheldon wrote the youth from Miami explaining that he would be away for a while working on some personal problems, but didn't want the youth to think he had forgotten about his promise to send him through college. A trust fund had been set up, Sheldon wrote, to be administered by his brother, Alger Jr. A simple phone call would put the money in the youth's hands, Sheldon said in the letter. 3 days after the warrant for Sheldon's arrest was issued, and 1 day prior to the charges being publicly exposed in the Record Eagle, the young man put a rifle in his mouth and pulled the trigger. I don't think that's Bush, but an FBI agent says they plan to conduct a follow-up interview with another Charlevoix youth who was a frequent traveling companion of Sheldon. The young man was reported to be attending college on a similar trust fund. Authorities say the young man recently had been driving Sheldon's car, which earlier had been abandoned at the Charlevoix airport. On the same day that the first young man's letter was sent from Miami, October 10, 1976, another letter purportedly by Sheldon was sent to Cranbrook Science Institute in Bloomington Hills. That letter submitted his resignation as a member of the board of directors. God, geez, you can tell this guy is so well connected on how quickly he gets to have things done. Yeah, and his name, so here it goes. New Jersey man's name keeps popping up. Is that in there anywhere? Michigan Adam Starchild says he has never met, I think it meant to say, fugitive Ann Arbor millionaire Francis Sheldon. It says meet. But the Kearney, New Jersey man's name keeps popping up in connection with the financial affairs of the 49-year-old Sheldon, who has been missing since last December. The Traverse City Record Eagle, in a copyrighted series, established that a man calling himself Adam Starchild acted as Sheldon's agent in the sale of the fugitive's private airplane in Denver. Sheldon had used that plane to get to North Fox Island, his privately owned hideaway in Grand Traverse Bay off Lake Michigan. Police suspect the island was used as an illegal child pornography center. They are seeking Sheldon and 36-year-old Dyer Grossman of New York on warrants charging the men with 2 counts each of criminal sexual conduct involving boys aged 10 to 14. Both men vanished shortly after the warrants. Let's see. I'm going to move on to some other elements here. Well, thanks, Bama Forever. Yeah. Every time I read, it gets really slow for some reason. I don't know how to make it better, but thank you. Appreciate it. The Reading Fund. Very kind, very kind.
Reading Fund.
Okay. And so now there's these random articles here during that same time period. And this is where you see Gregory Bush and other people's names. So, Christopher Bush and a guy named Gregory Green. So 3 named in sex case. This is 1977, February 19th, which is, just a second. So King was, so here's the crazy part. Timothy King was killed March 16th, 1977. This article here is February 19th, 1970. So a little bit before. So 10 more, okay, let me start up at the top here. Genesee County Prosecutor Robert F. Leonard also said more arrests may result from the probe of alleged sexual abuse. And they released some names of 3 of the 4 men charged. 10 more boys have begun. 10 more boys has begun in the case. I'm not sure what that means. Questioning of 10 more boys. Questioning of 10 more boys has begun in the case. The county prosecutor says the boys were involved in oral sex and sodomy. We are building more cases, and there may be additional arrests, said Assistant Prosecutor Lenore Ferber. 3 of the men named in the case are Christopher Bush, he's the one that killed himself, Douglas Bennett, and Gregory Green. She said all were Flint area residents less than 35 years old. The 4th man named in a warrant is being sought by police in Akron, Ohio. The boys involved ranges 10 to 14, which is exactly the age of all 4 of the victims in the case. Hey, thanks, Zozo. Oh, it's your birthday today? Cali Gal 3. Well, we'll have to take a break. And thank you, Billy Juliana, the mayor. All right, let's do it. Oh, I don't know if it's over here or not. I don't know. I'm not even sure where Mary Lou is anymore. So over here.
Mary
No.
Lou singing fun.
Oh, maybe this one. No. It's gone. But we'll get Mary Lou to sing Happy Birthday for Cali Gal 3.
I have to sing happy birthday, Gray?
Yes, you gotta sing. You should be happy to sing Happy Birthday. It's Cali Gal 3.
Does she like me, though?
I don't know if she likes you. What does that have to do with the damn thing? Okay.
Gosh, Gray was just asking a question. Gee.
All right, well, sing Happy Birthday, okay?
Happy birthday to Cali Gal 3. Happy birthday to Cali Gal 3. Happy birthday to Cali Gal 3. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Hey, that was pretty good, Mary Lou. At least you kind of maintained a general level of clarity that way. Although some people have typed in yikes, horrendous.
What do you think, Gray? I tried my best.
Are you laughing or crying?
A little bit of both.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Wow. Anyways, happy birthday, Cali Gal 3. Right, so that was February 19th. And then guess what? He got out of this Bush guy. I guess he got out on bail or somehow he got out of jail. And then 2 weeks later, that's when Timothy King was murdered. Right after that. Legislator to sponsor outlawing child porn. Well, what do you mean you need to work on it? That should just be a given, right? Like, let's see. Two principal brother Pauls, Francis D. Sheldon and Dyer Grossman are still... See, look how... Even in this article here, you have both their names. Watch this. But he said two recent incidents in which adults allegedly involved youth in sexual explicit activities have raised a serious question about the situation, and police officials are now putting their heads together to try to find out how far this really goes. State police seized 18 rolls of film from a Marine city man who was named in the corporation papers of Brother Paul's Children's Mission, an alleged homosexual pornography ring involving young boys in Port Huron and on North Fox Island off Grand Traverse Bay. Photographs allegedly taken on the island have been reproduced in hardcore pornographic magazines, police said earlier. Two principals of Brother Paul's, Francis D. Sheldon and Dyer Grossman, are still being sought by state and federal authorities on criminal sexual conduct charges. Flint police also confiscated 8 rolls of film from Christopher Bush. See, look at how they're in the same articles now. 25 of Birmingham, one of 3 men arrested and charged with criminal sexual conduct involving 10 to 14-year-old boys. Police there say as many as 50 youths could be involved. At a news conference Friday, Burkhalter said his legislation, while aimed at one segment of the pornography trade, is not an anti-pornography bill as such. Rather, it is a child abuse bill aimed at one of the newer forms of child abuse. Burkhalter said the legislation would toughen up a 1931 statute which makes it a misdemeanor to deprave the morals of a child. A misdemeanor? Really? Man, you guys... Jesus. That should have been fixed way before that. So that article there was March 12th. And that's 4 days before Timothy King went missing. And then this article is from Killers of 7 children vow I'll strike again. Wow, really? So, some of these have been solved, but the 4, Timothy King, Christine Mihelich, and then Mihelich, right? And then Jill Robinson, and then this Jane Louise Allen, they think actually might be part of this, except it's not listed as the 4. And then Mark Stebbins right here. These 2 were solved other ways. What is this part down here? Victim number 5 was Jill Robinson, 12, of Royal Oak. She was abducted on her way home from Tiny Tim Hobby Center. Killer of 7 children vows I'll strike again. Bizarre clues link slang as town is gripped by fear. Yeah, so victim number 7, Timothy King, 11, Birmingham, vanished from a local supermarket, and 6 days later he was found in a snow-covered ditch. He had been well fed and cared for until the moment the killer suffocated him. He had been bathed, and even clothes had been cleaned before he was laid out in the snow. When police found him, his body was still warm. A few days before he was found, Timothy's mother made a desperate appeal to the killer to free her son. In it, she mentioned that his favorite food was chicken. An autopsy revealed that was Timothy's last meal. The day before he died, the local papers carried another report revealing that the police were reducing the manpower in the search. The hunt is now on with a vengeance. Local police have asked for $1 million in federal funds to keep a force of 200 working night and day. The Valleywood School in Beverly Hills has been turned into a operation headquarters. A psychological profile drawn by experts states that the killer is above average intelligence, white, in his early 20s or late 30s, and lives locally. There is a $50,000 reward for his capture. Dr. Emmanuel Tenay, clinical professor of psychiatry at Wayne State University, painted this picture of the killer. He derives a sadistic pleasure from the anguish of the parents, the concern of the community, and the brutality to the children. He is someone who on the surface appears quite normal, not a person who looks disturbed. Children trust him. One thing that impresses me is that he is getting bolder and bolder. He has an unconscious or conscious need to be caught, and he will be caught. Well, he hasn't been caught yet, so. We are now into the last routine of investigation, checking and double-checking. If a wife or mother is protecting the killer, I beg her to come forward. Meanwhile, the fear which grips Oakland County has almost changed the way of life. And we said the same thing in Delphi, right? It's like people left their doors unlocked. It was always safe. People just, and then as soon as this happened, changed everything. Mothers have formed a watch brigade. One mother, Mrs. Lena Hall of Royal Oak, summed up the feelings of the frightened community. Every time my 11-year-old boy walks out of the door, I'm afraid. I wonder if I'm going to see him again. I walk down to the corner and watch for his return. If he is 2 minutes late, I panic. I'll just finish. I'll see if I can get through all the stuff that I have. But I would say to go watch the documentary. If anything you can do, just go try to watch it. Has like family members talking about it. Really crazy stuff with the almost seemingly like cover-ups, you know. It's pretty wild. I mean, this is kind of disturbing just looking at this one, but it says, he looks just like 1,000 other guys you pass on the street. So this is an article on this crazy crap. But anyway, I got to use the restroom again. So hold on a second. Maybe you can watch Chloe for a minute. Yeah, it's so much darker over there where she's sitting. I guess it just adjusts by itself. Alright, anyways, I'm going to read through this. I mean, you can already tell it's kind of crazy. According to author Robin Lloyd, there are some 264 child porn magazines being printed in the country. For a while, one called Hermes was being produced behind the walls of a state prison. He looks just like 1,000 other guys you pass on the street every day. The man Delhi County effectively described as Fred Sondling, who was charged early this summer with using boys in his scout troop to perform homosexual acts with each other and with adults. Oh, God. You think so? Yeah, she is pretty cute. You gotta admit.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
And this is out of Detroit area as well. Okay. Chloe's the cutest dog ever, she said. Well, mine's cuter, Gray, but yeah, yours is kind of cute. But sometimes, isn't one just technically cuter? I think the cutest dog I've ever owned, though, was actually Rocky. This guy right here. Let me just show you this one. I mean, if he was still alive, you guys would be like trying to steal. Look at that thing. Seriously. Right? Come on. Rocky. He was so cute. He just kind of waddle up to you and roll around. You could pose him however you wanted to pose him. He was like a little one of those seals. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he was awesome. Loved that guy. He actually weighed about 9 pounds. He was pretty big. He was just like a little bear. It was crazy. Just sort of, I don't know. I don't think he was a genius or anything. But he would just go around and you set him up. You know how you can set a dog up and it sits on its own butt like he's sitting like a human? You could set him like that. I think I've told you this before. But you could set Rocky up and he would sit there, and then you'd leave the room for 20 minutes or so, come back and he's still sitting there, just like that. It's bizarre. Hey, Rusty, who the hell are you talking to? I don't know what. Just quit arguing with people in there, you guys. Just do your own thing. Yeah, it's wild. But anyways, it was funny how he would just sit there. He would just sit there for a long, with his hands up like this, just. And you could just pose him. It was just like a stuffed animal that had a heartbeat. It was pretty cute as hell, though. All right. So let's see. I think what they're going to say is these people live amongst us, just like I've told you guys 1,000 times. They're going to try to normalize this shit at some point. According to Delhi, Sundling would appear to be a model of normalcy to those around him. The guy was active in the community. He married. He's married, kids. He's an armed service vet. Just an everyday guy. Or so thought. The public's memory in the Sondling case must have been faulty. Sondling was convicted in 1969 on a sex charge involving a minor. He never went to jail on the conviction, and it did not interfere with his Boy Scout leader activity. Wow, how ridiculous. A spokesman for the Boy Scouts at the national level said there was no way the 1.2 million volunteers serving in troop posts or pack leadership positions could be checked. The recruiting, training, and supervision of these volunteers is the responsibility of the organization sponsoring the troop, he said. In the case of Mr. Sondling, we have nothing in our files to indicate that he should not have been registered. Police in Muskegon described Felix Seaman, now serving 2 to 20 years at Jackson Prison for criminal sexual conduct involving a minor, as fatherly looking. The tall, slender Seaman, a man in his mid-50s with stylishly cut gray hair and neatly trimmed beard, had been a local celebrity. He was host of a radio talk show that centered on family issues. You wouldn't believe this guy, said Roosevelt Park Police Chief Tom Kalinske. He was on the board of Friend of the Court, and he was president of Parents Without Partners. According to Kalinske, Seaman lure was to hire young boys to do odd jobs around his home. His position at Friend of the Court and the Parents Without Partners put him in a position to know which children needed money, which would be most likely to accept a new father figure, and which parents had least time to supervise their children's activities. Oh, man. Many pedophiles and child pornographers place themselves in such positions. Gerald Richards was a physical fitness teacher and coach. So Gerald Richards is the one that we had already talked about, that the one kid that came forward was with. Was a physical fitness teacher and coach at Port Huron Parochial School. He also ran a counseling center for children where he used hypnosis on his subjects. As another sideline activity, Richard put on magic shows for children and parties. See, that kid that came forward, he was the assistant at the magic shows. Francis D. Sheldon, a fugitive wanted for charges of criminal sexual conduct involving young boys and fight to avoid prosecution, served on the board of Cranbrook Institute, was a part of the Big Brother organization in Ann Arbor, and was a part-time faculty member at Wayne State University. All were activities that would keep him in touch with young people, even before the establishment of his camp for boys on North Fox Island. The Reverend Dyer Grossman, sought in connection with the Church of the New Revelation in Tennessee, was a professional photographer whose specialties included portraits of children. Grossman also was youth director for the church and directed a foster care facility for boys. According to Gerald Richards, who has testified at congressional hearings and freely given leads to police all over the country since his conviction, the list of contacts with children is nearly endless. Most of us honestly like children and work well with them, he said. If I ever caused any of the boys to have any kind of deep psychosis, I'd never forgive myself. Psychiatrist Dr. Judith Gerber, founder of the Odyssey House, a home for runaways, cannot accept Richard's claim that he likes children. How can anyone like children and subject them to that kind of torture, physical and emotional? Those people take kids at an age when they can be easily confused and twisted for life. Just from the common sense point of it, a 9-year-old child is simply not physically capable of sex with an adult. Think of the physical damage. Now, this is a pretty long one here, but the most insurmountable obstacle is halting the flow of kid porn is that for one of several reasons. The children choose to remain victims. Some like the money they make at the business. Some would rather continue than anger or disappoint the pornographer who had become a very special friend to them. Still others started so young they know others may they know no other way of life. Do you remember that one episode of what's the show with Willis, like what you talking about, Willis? Remember that one? Forgot that was called. Different Strokes, maybe, is that it? They had one episode dealing with this topic. It's pretty powerful. I remember, and that was around the same time, I would think. Maybe early 80s, maybe. Yeah. Look at it from the point of view of, say, 10-year-old Sergeant Ronald Kelly, Chicago youth. Let's see. He's at an age when he's naturally curious about sex. His parents won't talk about it except to say don't, and the other kids don't know any more than he does. Then along comes this really nice guy who shows him skin flicks, brings him presents, and takes him places that are a lot of fun. On top of all that, the guy maybe gives him $10 just for letting him take pictures or cop a feel. Let's face it, $10 is a lot of money for a 10-year-old. Even when a child begins to accept the more common mores of society and realizes that he is doing something wrong, he still won't report the activity. The kid figures, okay, I know it's wrong and I feel a little guilty, but I'm still getting the money, Kelly said. Besides, there's still that bond between the kid and the pornographer who'd want to bust a guy who's been nice to you. According to evidence collected by investigators around the country, the most popular kid porn model, actor, or prostitute is the fair-skinned, blonde, prepubescent boy. Black children and children of other non-white races are rarely seen in child porn books. The notion that children in the pornography business are all runaways is purely myth. though the field is lucrative to the young teen who needs to support it. A few kids manage to get out of the business, but the task is not an easy one. There is the threat that the parents may punish him if they find out, that the pimp may tell the child's friends and embarrass him, or the shame that tells him he isn't fit to go back to a normal life. The Michigan boy, 14, decided to get out shortly after his initiation into kid porn. He just started acting strange, the boy's father said. He wouldn't say anything to us about what was bothering him. He just withdrew. The pornographer in the case was a friend of the family and often invited the boy over to his house on some pretext. When my son refused to go over there and refused to even talk to the guy on the phone, we started getting suspicious, the father said. Now that we know what happened, we're going to help him get through this whole mess and put that guy where he belongs. When I think about how long that guy had me fooled, I feel like an idiot. He had me totally bluffed. In another case, several children got together to gather evidence after one boy's mother became suspicious of his activities and asked her son what was happening. Fear that police wouldn't believe them prompted the children to break into the pornographer's home to steal pictures of themselves and other children to take to the police. For those children who don't get out, there is relatively stable succession in the kid porn business. I don't know if I need to read all through this whole thing, but all the links are in the description. This is just kind of give you a good understanding of like what they're doing. It's just crazy. Jesus. So that was October 1977, right around the same time. Then 78. So this is the guy. This is him, Gerald Richards. And this, I want to go through this one because I think this is the same text that you can see in the documentary, or whatever you call it. It's like so here he is. This is Gerald Richards of Port Huron, and it's an interview with him. I thought it was cool finding this because I was like, man, I think this is even more than was in the documentary. So that's the guy. This is the individual that had a plane, would fly out to the North Island there, and there's one kid that's in the documentary who's an adult now. He's like 50 years old. He was attacked by this guy. So Gerald Richards, a Jackson prison inmate and former Port Huron resident, refused to be interviewed by the Time-Herald, but he did testify before a U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on Juvenile Delinquency in Chicago last June. Richards, 36, and this is going to be a lot of reading, guys, so hopefully we can get that reading fund built up again. I mean, look at this thing. There's that one, and then after that, I don't know. I'm going to try to get through this everything that I've got instead of doing another show. Richards, 36, testified about his work as a child pornographer. He currently is in Jackson. I mean, you guys don't have to do it. I just say, trying to raise funds for the channel. Whatever it works, however it works. Thank you very much. Fantastic show on this case. Yeah, well, check out the documentary. There's stuff that it's just too complicated. So much stuff going on.
Fantastic.
I mean, Bama Forever probably know. I mean, she saw the documentary. I'm trying to add in a lot of the different people that were in there, but it's kind of hard. God, BK. What made you think of Brian Koberger? It's like, there's more than one case in the world, Richards, 36, testified about his work as a child pornographer. He currently is in Jackson for first-degree criminal sex conduct committed with a 10-year-old Port Huron boy. He is writing a book about his involvement with child pornography. Uh-oh. Oh, they're wrestling over there. I can see it. Oh, I don't see anybody buying the notebooks. So if you're out there and you don't have one of the notebooks, I think there's about 10 left. The red notebook, you get 2 pens and a stress ball if you send 25 on PayPal. Plus YouTube doesn't take out anything. Are you guys still fighting, Chloe? Chloe! 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 Jeez. I guess the camera's off to the side there. So here we go. Richards said he was involved in child pornography business since 1973. So that's about 3 or 4 years before these murders. But he first came into contact with pornography when he was a college student working at an adult bookstore. The following are excerpts from his testimony. How did you get involved in the pornography business? My first contact was when I was going to college. I worked nights in an adult bookstore. I worked there for 2.5 years from September 1969 to March 1972, and that is where I made initial contact with pornography business. I was married at the time, and I am still married, but I was supporting my family there and working part-time on weekends doing hotel auditing work. Is that, in what year did you actually begin to produce child pornography? I first met a young boy in January of 1973 who became our babysitter and a model. He was 13 or 14 years old and a neighbor. I filmed him for 2 years, but the material was not sold. I first began to produce, semi-pro boy porn. What the hell is that? Jesus. With the babysitter and another boy in January of 1975. In the years that followed, 1973, my wife developed serious gynecological problems, and this boy became a sex substitute. Oh yeah, so it's your wife's fault for having gynecological problems, and miraculously you became attracted to boys as your substitute. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, thanks, man. That explains it all. Next case. This guy became a sex substitute in a homosexual relationship that lasted until my arrest. My arrest was so I think that might be the individual. My arrest was a charge of sex act with a 10-year-old model. However, we were making a film of my boyfriend, 15 at the time, having sex with the 10-year-old at the time. I pleaded, so I think the 15-year-old is the kid in the documentary, if I have that correct. God, what's going on here? I'm just gonna. Hey, Rusty, can you just participate and don't give a damn what Gummo says? Somebody, if they keep doing it, just put them on timeout. Okay, don't keep doing the removing the comment. I believe in timing out. Let's see. So the question is, I pleaded guilty to protect my models and exposure. Oh, yeah, see, it's just such a great guy. He's doing it all. He pleaded guilty to protect people and my boyfriend. He was the boy partner in my operations. Right. So that is the guy that flew on planes with him. He was taken to the island, and the leader of the island did sex acts on him. You know, the guy that we were just talking about a minute ago. Hold on. His name is Francis D. Sheldon, the really rich guy. Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't like Gummo and whatever, Rusty. Quit having your arguments and discussions, okay? See how you're all talking amongst each other about everything like that? I don't want to do that. I want you to focus in on what we're talking about right here. You know, it's not related to this. Do you guys want me to keep going through this, or is this just, you know? Okay. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, around January 1975, yes. And for how long of a period were you involved? Through to about January of, well, about February of 1976. And February of 1976 is when Mark Stebbins was killed. So that's sort of interesting. Right after the relationship stopped with the boyfriend, Mark Stebbins gets killed. I mean, that's pretty interesting, don't you think? The same month, about January as well, about February of 1976, and Stebbins was killed February 15th, 1976. And what exactly did you do in connection with that work? I sent out only material. Let's see. I sent out only material certain people wanted, and never mailed any unsolicited pornography or brochures. Would you explain to the committee how you initially went about getting involved in the production of child pornography films? What were the circumstances? There were some ads in various magazines for the type of material that was sought, and I had access to material that I would make available to the people who wanted it. Just like the Dropbox, everybody, just like the Dropbox. And as it progressed, I ran into a man who assisted in making places available. Well, we know who that is. That's going to be Francis D. Sheldon. I really only had one who was a fellow that I had met, a young, let's see. I ran into a man who assisted in making places available where I could film models. Okay, I think that's Sheldon. As to the models themselves, I really only had one who was a fellow that I had met, a young neighbor, actually, who agreed to pose. How old was he? At the time, he was, I believe, 13 or 14. 13 or 14? Yes. Now they were not particularly offensive types of posing. Yeah, right. At the time. See, when some of these lines were said at the trial, the kid that's actually being talked about, now as an adult, is shaking his head. No, that's not how it went. I met other men that were in the same type of situation who had models, and they would swap pictures back and forth, and I realized that there was an area where maybe I could profit by selling more, producing more, and this particular person would obtain another model for me, and that's basically how I started. That's basically how I got into it on a local level. What does that mean, Revengeance? Gray is slowly getting red-pilled. What does that mean? What are you talking about? You sound like an absolute moron. I don't know what else to call you, Revengeance. Gray is slowly getting red-pilled. Oh, what in the hell are you talking about? Ugh. Got an answer for that one, Revengeance? What does that mean? Red-pilled on what? God, I mean, have something that makes sense every once in a while. Just every once in a while. Yeah, I know it's a reference to the Matrix. What does it have to do with any of this stuff? What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about, Revengeance? Gray is slowly getting red-pilled. Just tell me what it means. Just as a human being speaking out loud to me and in reference to this show, what in God's name does that mean? Go ahead. Come up with something really clever and neat. You know? Something that makes sense. Go ahead. I'm just waiting, Revengeance. Just come up with something. Like, what does it have to do with what's going on right here? Gray's slowly getting red-pilled. Yeah. No, I've already known it's crazy. Oh, Jesus. Man, that's ludicrous. Why not just type that in, Revengeance? And no, we've been talking about how crazy it's been for a while. I've said many times, how many times on my show have I said, I haven't realized until the last year or so how prevalent this child pornography and child molesters and stuff are in our country. I mean, they are everywhere, all over the place. And by the way, the reading fund didn't materialize, so we're going to have to try another shot at that. But this time, I'll have to put myself in prison to get back to the rest of it, because obviously just the speaking form doesn't work. Yep, we got all rest of these interviews, about 5 more articles to go. We're already at 3 hours and 13 minutes. And this will be the, what do we got? Only 365 people watching such an important show. How sad. Guess it didn't have all the bells and whistles in the title. Gonna be in prison, or the show's ending. Maybe, I don't know. You got all the links are in the description anyways. You could just check it out. Yeah, you're lost, Lily. You're always lost. Yeah, you can chat about stuff, but not bullshit. That's like you're talking about side stuff related to the case. Thank you, WNC Granny and Cindy J and yeah, like arguing and crap like that. That's what I'm talking about. Danielle and Bama Forever. Man, see, look at Bama. Jeez, Bama Forever. Well, thank you, Bama Forever, but I always feel bad. You're always helping out so much. Appreciate it. All right. Anyways, I'll get out of here. There we go. Yeah, just ridiculous. Yeah, people can talk about whatever. I'd rather have you talking about your milk that you drank or the, my new hairdo. But when you're arguing about complete bullshit in the chat, I don't want to do that part. Isn't fun or interesting or neat or clever or interesting, or it sucks. It's disrespectful as hell too, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, you can just tell by the volume here how long. I mean, it took me yesterday and today to get all this stuff together for this.
I'll be back if you want me to.
Bail.
Yeah. Okay, well then, you know. Yeah, my thing is like if you want to talk about random stuff, that's better to me than just arguing back and forth like on some sort of sub something. It's almost like just it's incredible. And then it just really throws everything off. Like I'm just trying to get through this. Well, thanks, Bama Forever. Cool. How many models did you have overall? Well, between other guys that had boys available, there could be either rented or traded from in-state. I mean, look how crazy that is. Between other guys that had boys available, just listen to how this sounds. There could be either rented or traded. They could be either rented or traded from in-state and either paying to use their models. I would say that I would have access to 30 models I could work with. You mean sexually exploit is what you're really saying there, right? Yeah. Well, I'm going to put you on timeout now. Rusty. Try to be a regular human being at some point. That'd be great. Would those mostly would those mostly be obtained in Port Huron community? Only about 10 of those models, right? I would think there was only 2 or 3 directly in Port Huron, and the others I got from Pontiac and the Detroit area by making arrangements to swap models. You mean, so they're basically slaves to you guys? Like they were just, I mean, that's sick. What ages, Mr. Richards, would the models range from? Generally, mine were anywhere from 13 to 15. I only had one younger who was 10, a former student, introduced at age 8 to 9 to sex by another boy, a Boy Love member from Detroit. So, yeah. So, Boy Love, I wonder if that's the NAMBLA precursor. Did most of them come from a similar background? Yes, very much so. Generally, what I and anyone else getting models would look for would be someone that had a poor family background as far as a father image in the home. There is no father there, and the young model looks for the man who is his friend. The photographer, too, is a father substitute. Many times. Jeez. So the pornographer is a father figure. You mean like a pimp in a way, is what it really is. And also somebody who uses it. I mean, isn't this just sick? So this is still going on, you guys. This is like probably similar to what is going on in the pornography ring that was on Kagan Klein's Dropbox account. Probably not unsimilar. Remember how all of those people, what were they doing? See, back then you had to be in person with cameras. Today you don't have to do that. You can get pictures over the internet. So it's the same thing now, but it's a different technology. And then they actually try to go meet these people. Wow. Anyways, did most of them come from a similar background? Yes, very much so. Generally, what I and anyone else getting models would look for would be someone that had a poor family background as far as a father image in the home. There's no father there, and the young model looks for the man who is his friend. The photographer, too, is a father substitute many times. Second, they very seldom have any kind of religious or moral background. Third, they meet the attributes that are required for the business. You mean they look the way that your clients wanted to, right? Man, unbelievable. Hey, thanks, Canadian Jojo. Okay, where was that? That was up here, right? Third, they mean, okay. Was it the fact that the sexual explicit materials are generally available in adult bookstores led you into child provocation? And the answer is no. Okay. Well, it is an area. When you said child, I'm talking about young boys. When I worked in the store, I did have a liberal philosophy that anything goes as long as no one got hurt. Yeah. And a lot of the people in the business felt the same way. I retained addresses of various people that were advertising or in this field and filed it away. And the influence of the bookstore was that I got very good pay for working there in the evenings. I knew there was money in pornography. Did the customers in the bookstores ask for this and find it unavailable? So they were did the people come in and ask for child pornography and it wasn't available? Is that when you began identifying the market? It was available back in the later 60s, yes, but it was kept undercover. In fact, I have filed away sample copies of all this material, but that wasn't enough for a lot of people. They wanted more. And they wanted the independent dealers to make the contact through the papers because a lot of them are looking to actually meet the models. See? That's exactly what's going on, like in the Delphi case, or, you know, when you watch these sting operations. These guys, they probably, you know, get pictures and so forth. Then they finally want to meet the person. That's what we were just saying a minute ago. And they wanted the independent dealers to make contact through the papers because a lot of them are looking to actually meet the models. That is what they really want to do. The model is just the vehicle. You mentioned the trading of models. Was there any resistance among the young models to be traded? No. The ones that I knew, there never has been any type of force or pressure put on anybody. They either had the propensity for that involvement, and I could identify it right away and utilize that propensity. But it is true that the organization did philosophize a lot of techniques and believe that they had taught to members. That was the best way to go about obtaining models. You talk of the organization. What is the organization? Well, the main organization is in the United States is an organization called Better Life. Jeez, for who? Which is a philosophical group. It is basically run through the males, and it is the only organization. I am not saying that I adhere to this philosophy because it ruined my life, but in part, this was a way that I could use a defense mechanism within myself to say it's all right. Well, I thought this was all because your wife had some gynecological problems, and so you made it a whole way of life? I mean, this guy's full of shit. Okay. It's all right because there are organizations, they want to legalize, and if nobody gets hurt, it's all right. That's their most, that's where most of the ads were run for men that wanted photographs, and where I would run an ad maybe in that respect. Was there profit, monies being handed out in the exchange of these models? I get the impression that trading models is much like the trading of baseball cards. Yes and no. Some of them didn't care about making anything. They would just do it as friends, okay? But certainly there are men that would make sure that they got something for the services that they went through the bother to do. Who cared for these models? Where did they live? Were you responsible for their well-being when they were under your... only if they were one or two of my own. Yes, I would... I took care of them if they lived in their own homes. But as I said, a lot of the ones that I used were from other places. And the philosophy of this Better Life organization is that it is all right as long as nobody is getting hurt. That really is the concept. I'm talking about organized... what is that? Pedestia? Jesus, organized pedophilia is what you mean, right? They claim they are not bisexuals or homosexuals. That applies to anything in the field of deviations in the pornography business. But more exclusively, this is back in the time where homosexuality was looked at totally different, and even bisexuals up here, right? I mean, that applies to anything in the field of deviations, in the pornography business, but more exclusively with them, they believed in a sort of reliving of an old Dorian Greek philosophy, a belief that man and boy relationships, mind, body, and spirit. It is a metaphysical thing, and they actually wanted to legalize this type of relationship. One of the significant parts about the Boy Love organization is they pride themselves. I mean, they are not aggressive, sadistic, or violent type people. They have a real deep-seated belief, whether you or I believe it or not, that what they are doing is wholesome, natural, and good for the boy. Bullshit. It may be, they only know it feels good for themselves. They don't give a shit about the boy. That what they are doing is wholesome, natural, and good for the boy. It may be only the point. You know what's weird? Remember when I've told you guys the story how I was walking down the road and somebody went, "Get in the car"? That was right around the same time frame in the United States, like 1976, 77. That's so strange. I was just thinking about that today when I was walking. "Get in the car!" And I just started running. I wonder if they just looked at me like I was... we were poor. But it was right then, 1976. He loses that inalienable right to his own sexual life. When he has been preached the gospel of abnormality at this age, it may do permanent damage. If he wants to become that type of person later, that is his own business. Most of the men are passive bisexuals or homosexuals who have misdirected their attention toward young boys, or do so because of an inferiority or passively towards adult relationships. See, this boy love, I think that's probably NAMBLA, became NAMBLA because it sounds similar, may well be the product of, or boy love may well be the product of our growing liberal acceptance of homosexuality. But the point of all, I don't believe that, but the point of all of the literature is designed under the guise that they don't approve or condone any illegal activity, which is true in print, but my belief is that there is a causal relationship between pornography and sex acts. When I was in the bookstore business, and this guy's obviously not, the way he's a psycho, but he's, he speaks well, anyways. When I was in the bookstore business, there was at least a couple of cases where a gentleman who was an average citizen, a teacher and father of 5 small children, asked for his material. Out of curiosity, he said, then came back a month later saying that he had obtained a boy. So there is and was, in your opinion, a casual relationship between, well, I believe that theory today, I really do, because I have seen it happen with a lot of kids. I have seen people write to me over and over again. See, isn't that kind of scary that you have somebody that's kind of articulate like this guy, and they're not dummies doing this, because then it's, they can figure out ways to hide everything. What do still pictures sell for in the market? Well, through the particular market area, maybe 12 prints would be maybe $10, which isn't much, but once they are hooked on it, you get them to order more. Pretty soon, you can use one series of prints over and over, or else have the model pose again, and then you have to be able to utilize that model, because eventually you will expand that model's potential for making money. See, they're just it's sex workers for them. They can call. Oh yeah, I was a mom. A father for him, and and all this stuff. And we traded them around, and we'd sell. These are just Johns. That's it. Doing different things, selling images and the physical body. Anywhere from $75 to $200 for a 200. Let's see. What movies? What does a movie film cost? Anywhere from $75 to $200 for a 200-foot reel. It depends on the action. Jesus. How many customers did you have in this field in the whole time you were in the pornography business? Well, in the 2-year period, I would think maybe 600. They were see, look how many people, just right there. They were mostly curiosity seekers, about 10% paying buyers, swappers too, but prostitution and any type of payment went to the boys themselves. Right. You didn't take your cut? Sure. And the business grew pretty rapidly, right? Yes, I never had any trouble at all. How widespread do you think the field is across the country? Oh, here we go. Did you deal in materials that came from different parts of the United States? There are people that you can contact in every major city in New Brunswick, in the provinces of Ontario, also up in Canada. Can you tell us, that's all his answer was? Kind of weird. Can you tell us just a couple of places that where you know of your own knowledge that there is production of material? One has already been closed. That was Boys Farm in Tennessee, which sold raw film to other men. They would bring it to me to process. I am sure there are other places right now, homes that men who are in this sort of scene work in legitimate homes, and I felt that I shouldn't mention any. Just give us the geographical locations where their places are located. Okay, Washington State. Oh, well, there you go. And New York State, possibly the District of Columbia, Nebraska, Iowa, Vermont, California, Pennsylvania. From correspondence and type of material sent to me, they had to be using legitimate boys' home infiltrated by boy lovers. You mentioned the network or underground organization in this pornography business. You mentioned Better Life. Who are its leaders? The leader is a man named Barry Wright, which may be an alias. I'm not certain who the other leaders are. BL is a code for boy love. The male is the central way a lot of men made contact with that particular unique group. They all had a number like I did, BL 147. Last time I knew, there were in the thousands consecutive numbers of men in the United States. I suspect and believe that about 70% of them actually are involved with boys. The other are using the service, such as mine, to get pictures or swap pictures or look for models. They will write to pornographers and say, well, can I buy the model or meet the model? Or can he fly down to my house? I will pay his way. Who is Francis Sheldon? He was a friend of mine. He paid for my office. I believe he was going to help me pay for my boys' college education someday. Did you have to go through a lot of trouble to conceal what you were doing in producing these pictures? It is not a matter of police, I don't believe. The police cannot. The police, as we know, the police are powerless really, because it goes a lot deeper than that. It goes into family structure. It goes into the U.S. mail, for example. As I believe that 70% of the business is handled by the U.S. mail, 90% of the contacts, 90% of all done through the U.S. mail, and it is not the police's fault, you know. I had a girly studio called Photo Art Studio. I just used girls from college. No prostitution was involved. It was a scheme. A business that the man that owned the bookstore set me up in before I got into the male models business. The funny thing about it is that you can make more money with male models. If I go to you and you know me and I ask to take your son on a camping trip, we don't question it. But if I want to take your little girl, God, I just said that. Didn't I say that a minute ago about the why that camp was built for guys? It's a club for, it says it was, God, that's exactly what I said. They made that island for the kids because nobody thinks of it. Oh, it's so like a Boy Scouts. Yeah. If you did it for girls, there not one parent out there would think that was okay. So it says, if I go to you and you know me and I ask to take your son on a camping trip, we don't question it. But if I want to take your little girl for 4 nights, you begin to question. What is happening? They are taking advantage of the situation for Peter, the pedophile trade, the homosexual trade, the bisexual trade, whatever it is, and it can be very lucrative. Yeah, well, that's it. That's that one. I got more to do here. Was that this one? I don't even remember which one I was on. I think I already did that one, right? No. God, where was that one? I'm just trying to find the one that I just did so I know where I'm at. No, that one. Okay, it was that one. It was page 2 of that one, yeah. Alright. So this one is February 1978. No, I think that's the one we just did. Okay. That one. And then man admits to... Now, this is a different person, but this guy is also in the documentary, right? So, faced with the choice of possible life sentence, and this is 2007, March 29th. Faced with the choice of a possible life sentence or submitting to a polygraph test on the Oakland County child killing. So listen to this. Faced with the choice of possible life sentence or submitting to a polygraph test. So all you had to do was say, yeah, I'll take the polygraph test. And then he would have had his life sentence revoked. He wouldn't do it. County child killing case. Ted Lamborghini kept silent. Lamborghini 66. So 2070 66. So he's 60 in 2000. And then that means 23 years before that he'd be 37. So, you know, he was 37 years old during the murder time. Lamborghini 66 rejected the polygraph offer and pleaded guilty Wednesday to 15 sex-related charges involving Detroit area boys. Doesn't this guy sound exactly like Kagan Klein? I mean, this guy is Kagan Klein here. And I don't mean to be like, oh, everything's Delphi. This is exactly what Kagan Klein did. I guarantee it. He's pleading guilty. He does not want to be seen as somebody saying anything because he knows how dangerous that is for his safety. All right. The polygraph deal would have led to the dismissal of 13 charges for his cooperation. I'm disappointed he didn't take the polygraph, said Barry King, the father of 11-year-old Timothy King, the last of the 4 victims. One of the Oakland County victims whose body was found in Livonia Ditch in 1977. But I don't pretend to know how those people think. We're happy with what the police are doing. During a hearing in Wayne County Circuit Court in Detroit, Assistant Prosecutor Robert Moran said Lamborghini initially was offered a deal of 25 to 50 years in prison if he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct. He refused, and prosecutors then offered him a deal to reduce his minimum sentence by an additional 10 years if he took a polygraph test. So he would have got down to 15. Took a polygraph test in the deaths of the 4 Oakland County. Let me see what page 5B, is that the next one? It's 2, so 19. Yeah, children whose killing ignited regional anxiety in 1970s. If you're not directly involved, take a polygraph so we know you're telling the truth. Gray said Lamborghini is considered a suspect in the killings, but Lamborghini's attorney, Rita Young, told Judge Annette Berry that her client has no knowledge of the case. So why not just take it and then get your sentence reduced? As to his refusal to take the polygraph test, he did not want to go through the interrogation process. Lamborghini took a polygraph test in September of 2005 with the Michigan State Police. Sources said he failed. He did not want to go through it again, she said. Oh yeah, by the way, remember earlier when we mentioned, hold on, the Chris Bush individual that ended up shooting himself? Well, he had taken a polygraph test with another individual, and the police said, oh, they passed. But it was reanalyzed, the exact results later, and they go, he absolutely failed dramatically. It's like they didn't want him to be guilty or something at the time, and it was really strange. Lamborghini had been living in Parma, Ohio until he was arrested in December. The current cases involve 5 male victims, all younger than 15, including an 11-year-old and a 12-year-old. None of the victims, now adults, was in court Wednesday. Both men are accused of abusing some of the same boys, though not in the same time. Yeah, so there's the 5 names, or the names mentioned are Richard Lawson. He's in this article. Lawson is serving life sentence in prison for a 1985 Livonia murder. And you have there's a guy named Arch Sloan. You'll see these in the documentary. He's a cab driver, or not a cab driver, I don't know, there's some kind of a vehicle that he has, and in the vehicle there were fibers found that matched 2 of the crime scenes. They've linked all 4 of the crime scenes. There was hair found on one of the victims in the groin area that wasn't the victim's, and at the time of the documentary, they thought you could still only get mitochondrial DNA from hair, but as we know now, you can get a full DNA profile from hair, so hopefully they just jumped right on top of that. You would think they would anyways. And do FGG to figure out because whoever left that hair on one of the victims was at very minimum had sex with him, because it was on his naked body, or somehow it got deposited from the scene or something like that. Gray said that a couple of years ago, investigators started looking into a theory that the children may have been killed as part of a pedophile ring that made pornographic movies and operated out of Cass Corridor in the 1970s. We may not have closure right now for the families of the victims. See, some people wanted to buy snuff films back then. So again, another parallel to a possibility in the Delphi case. There's huge money on those, and they think that the 4 killed, and they were all posed. Isn't that interesting? Because there was a little bit of moving around and posing in the Delphi case. In the Children of the Snow, apparently they were posed in a specific way. We may not have closure right now for the families of the victims of the Oakland County child killer, Gray said, but we did a heck of a job getting closure for those other young men victimized by this monster in the 1970s. I can't think of any words to describe him better. Let's see. Accused pedophile to be his own attorney. So Ted Lamborghini is going to be his own attorney. Yeah. Classic narcissist there, right? I mean, molester receives 3 life terms. Well, I guess he should have cut that deal. Ted Lamborghini doesn't consider himself a child predator. Well, of course you don't, yeah. Before receiving 3 life prison sentences Friday for sex-related charges involving Metro Detroit boys, he tried to explain to a judge. See, this guy also has connections again. I just don't remember how he was connected to all those other people. Wayne County Circuit Judge Annette Berry didn't want to hear it. He said, charges involving Metro. He tried to explain to a judge that the sexual acts had been consensual for money. The Wayne County Circuit Judge Annette Berry didn't want to hear it. May God have mercy on your soul, she said. Guess what they do to people like you in prison, she added. You are the classic predator. You don't look like a monster. You preyed upon our most vulnerable. Lamborghini 6, I like that judge already. Lamborghini 66 of Parma, Ohio, had pleaded guilty to so the Ohio connection. Is that the guy, what was that? There was that other place in Ohio, wasn't it? That was one of the other places mentioned earlier. I think maybe that's where he came from. Last month, he rejected a plea deal that would have required him to submit to a polygraph test on the 4 unsolved Oakland County child deaths in exchange for dismissing 13 of the 15 charges. Had he taken the deal, he would have faced a possible 15-year minimum sentence with a maximum sentence to be determined. This judge would have given him 100 years on the maximum. State Police Detective Sergeant Gary Gray. Wow, isn't that weird? His name is Gary Gray, exactly what you guys call me all the time. Said Lamborghini is a suspect in the child's killing that caused regional anxiety. On Friday, Lamborghini said he never forced himself on the victims and they were paid for sexual acts. But they're kids. You can never justify having sex with a child, he said. Well, there you go. Some of these victims' lives are ruined. One victim appeared in court Friday and showed Barry needle marks on his arm from previous drug abuse. He said he has nightmares about Lamborghini and has done prison time as a result of how the traumatic experience affected his life. And this is so this was an article in 2012. This is the last one. All right, let's see if we can get through this one. We're getting up to 3 hours and 49 minutes. Did top suspect get away with it? And there he is. That's the Christopher Bush right there. But for 2 botched polygraph tests, or it says this is last of 2 parts, so I guess there was another part. Ah, shoot. Well, I wish I knew where that was. It's in the Detroit Free Press, 2012. Well, let's just see what this one says. But for 2 botched polygraph tests and overlooked evidence, police might have caught the Oakland County child killer. It happened in January 1977 after police arrested Gregory Green, 26, a serial pedophile from Flint, on charges of sexual assaulting young boys. During the questioning, Green told detectives that his friend, Christopher Bush, 25, of Alma, had murdered the child killer's first victim, Mark Stebbins, 12, of Ferndale, 11 months earlier. Bush, the son of a wealthy General Motors executive, here we go, that's why he didn't get touched. But he readily admitted that he had sexually assaulted an Oakland County boy and molested other boys with Green. Then he said things that made police think he had murdered Stebbins, who had been bound, raped, and held for 4 days before his body was dumped in a Southfield parking lot. Bush said he and Green had fantasized about kidnapping a young boy, tying him up, and sexually abusing him. He said they had even agreed to get jobs with different work schedules, so one of the men would always be with the boy. Bush also rattled off 3 locations in Ferndale, Royal Oak, Berkeley, where he trolled for boys. These are the first 3 abduction sites in chronological order of the abduction in the Oakland child killer case. A detective later wrote in a report, but Bush and Green were nixed as child killer suspects in 1977 after they passed polygraph tests. Oh, well, shit, as long as you take that polygraph test. In Michigan, police examiner. Green, who had served time in a California mental hospital in 1975 for nearly killing a boy in a sex assault, pleaded guilty in the case in Flint and was sentenced to life in prison. Bush, who had no criminal record, pleaded guilty to reduced child molestation charges in 4 counties and was sentenced to probation. Isn't that crazy? The other guy got life in prison. He got probation, and they were doing the exact same thing. In November of 1978, he was found dead from a .22 caliber gunshot wound to his head. I thought it was a shotgun. In his bedroom in his parents' Bloomingfield Township home. The death was ruled a suicide. At the time, his parents, who often traveled to Europe on business, were in London. The story of how Christopher Bush became an on-again, off-again, and perhaps the most likely suspect was laid out in hundreds of pages of investigative reports compiled by the Oakland County Child Killer Task Force. So most people think that Bush is likely the killer here. The documents were obtained by Barry King, the father of the child killer's last victim, 11-year-old Timothy King. Barry King has said he believes Bush was the killer, possibly with the help of others. His beliefs are buoyed by the fact that Bush was an admitted serial pedophile who told police he fantasized about kidnapping and molesting children, had stalked his victim in the same areas where Timothy King and the other children disappeared, and had left behind potentially incriminating evidence at the scene of his suicide, evidence that later was destroyed. And most importantly, Bush supposedly confessed to being the killer during a private polygraph exam, I think I told you guys about that earlier, ordered by his lawyer in an unrelated sex assault case in the months before he died, the records show. King said, hold on, I gotta get some liquid. I need to get some water. Let's see. And most importantly, Bush supposedly confessed to being the killer during a private polygraph exam ordered by his lawyer in an unrelated sex assault case in the months before. King said he has been told that authorities have ruled Bush out as a suspect, and he wants to know why. If they think there was enough evidence involving Bush, then sit down and tell me, he said of investigators. And if it's not for some other reason that might cause embarrassment to somebody, then I don't give a damn. Bush's suicide would have been the end of the involvement in the child killer inquiry, but for a chance encounter between two polygraph examiners at a conference in July of 2006 in Las Vegas. Patrick Coffey, this is all in the documentary. Patrick Coffey, 51, of suburban San Francisco, said he had just given a speech to an American Polygraph Association when Lawrence Wasser asked him whether he would give a similar talk in Michigan. Thanks, Jennifer. When Coffey realized Wasser was from Southfield, he said he told Wasser that he had grown up in Birmingham and had gotten into law enforcement because a neighbor and playmate, Timothy King, had been killed by the Oakland County child killer. Isn't that crazy? So this guy became a polygraph person because of his friends being killed. So his jaw dropped, Coffey said last month. Coffey said Wasser then confided that he had once polygraphed a man who had confessed to being the Oakland County child killer. Wasser said the man's lawyer had set up the exam because the client was facing sex assault charges. Coffey called Timothy King's sister, Kathy Broad, in Naperville, Illinois, and told her about the conversation. Pat's call was a mind blower. She said she waited for a year in hopes that Coffey could coax the client's name out of Wasser. It didn't happen. In July 2007, she contacted the Child Killer Task Force, which launched a 2-year investigation of Bush and Green. Wasser wouldn't discuss his conversation with Coffey. His lawyer, James Feinberg of Detroit, told the Free Press it never happened, but task force reports show that although Wasser couldn't recall the client's name, he and Feinberg gave detectives enough clues that they backtracked to Bush and Green. Broad's father, Barry King, obtained those reports through a Freedom of Information Act. What detectives discovered was startling. Although police in 1978 didn't make much of the ropes, see, these were all at Bush's house. When they went there, there's actually photographs in the documentary of the bindings on the ground and everything. It's just crazy. Although police in 1978 didn't make much of the ropes, shotgun shell, and pencil drawing of a screaming boy that were found in Bush's bedroom when he died, the items had great significance to task force detectives in 2007 and 8. Thank you, Cora Brown and Jennifer Epic up there. They said the sketch of the screaming boy resembled Mark Stebbins. Looks just like him. I've seen it. They wondered whether the shotgun shell was the same kind that was used on the child killer's second victim, Jill Robinson. And the ropes found on the floor of Bush's bedroom closet might have been used to tie up Stebbins and King, whose both had been bound. I mean, so they didn't even check those items. Yes, it's the GM executive, Rusty. I mentioned it 3 times already, but thank you. Thanks for interrupting the show again with a nonsensical question. Although police, let's see, and the ropes found on the floor of Bush's bedroom closet might have been used to tie up Stebbins and King, who both had been bound. But police had thrown out the shotgun shell and the ropes. Yeah, great move, cops. A possible source of DNA after concluding Bush's death was a simple suicide. If the lab were able to determine that the caliber and size of the shotgun pellets matched what was used on the victim Robinson, this would add credence to the theory that Christopher Bush was possibly laying out clues in his room before he shot himself, as sort of a suicide note an investigator wrote in a report. Investigators also discovered that Bush drove a blue Chevrolet Vega hatchback with a white racing stripe similar to the AMC Gremlin that was reported at one of the abduction scenes. One of Bush's nephews told investigators that Bush drove him to Timothy King's abduction site and remarked eerily, "He was standing right there when he was taken." It wasn't until later that it dawned on me. I wondered if he had something to do with it, the nephew told authorities. Bush also owned a white Welsh Terrier, potentially significant because all 4 child killer victims had white animal hair on their clothing. The task force searched Bush's former Bloomfield Township home in October of 2008 for animal hair and other evidence, but has never said what it found. In Bush's favor, the FBI concluded in 2008 that Bush's mitochondrial DNA didn't match a hair found on Timothy King. But 3 experts reviewed the 1977 lie detector test for Bush and Green, and all 3 concluded that the pair should have flunked according to the police reports obtained by Barry King. One of the experts told investigators that the state police technician who tested Bush and Green had a reputation for sloppy work. The paperwork didn't indicate whether investigators thought Bush and Green were the child killers. But when investigators shared the latest polygraph experts' conclusion with 2 of the original detectives on the case, they were shaking their heads, stating that this could have been solved 30 years ago. And so there is a victim. Mark Stebbins, Jill Robinson, Christine Mihelich, and Timothy King. They also have 3 suspected: Donna Sarah, Jane Louise Allen, and Kimberly Alice Kim King. So maybe I'll do those on a different day, just separately, and then you guys can try to think if it's similar in some way. I guess I can go through this over here. One last little bit here. Key suspects: Christopher Brian Bush. July 1951 in Pontiac is when he was born. One of 4 sons of H. Lee Bush, a former top... Now you got his name there. You got his name there. Rusty, you got it, man. It's right there. We got his name. Wow. One of 4 sons, H. Lee Bush, a former top finance executive at General Motors, grew up in New York, Jersey, attended Swiss boarding school. Returned to the U.S. after high school, attended Wayne State University, and transferred to a culinary institute in Midland, where he graduated in early 1970s, opened a restaurant in Alma with help from his father, and later worked as an administrative chef at a retirement community in Oakland County. Criminal charges. Pleaded guilty to reduced charges of molesting boys in 4 counties and was sentenced to probation. His death found dead on November 20th, 1978 in his bedroom at his parents' Bloomfield Township home with a .22 caliber rifle shot to his head. Family members said he may have killed himself because of depression resulting from criminal charges. The child killing stopped after he died. Well, that's interesting right there. I think somebody took him out, though. You got to see the crime scene. Doesn't look right. Gregory Green, May 1950 in Detroit. He was the youngest of 3 children of an auto worker, graduate from St. Agnes High School in Flint, where he played varsity sports. A former Kmart maintenance worker, served several months in California mental hospital after nearly killing a boy during a sexual assault. in Huntington Beach, California. Police said he had molested dozens of children in California, returned to Flint, Michigan in January 1976 before the child killing started. So maybe those two were a team and took pictures and sentenced to life in prison. Maybe the kids were even sent off to that island, though, because they were gone for so long. After pleading guilty to first-degree criminal sexual conduct for sexual assaulting a Flint boy, he was in jail in Genesee County, where the Oakland County child killer murdered the last victim. He died of a heart attack in December 1995 while watching television in his cell at Thumb Regional Correctional Facility in Lapeer County. Well, there you go. And there's the island again. Yeah. So this is North Fox Island that he owned. That seems insane that you could buy an island for that cheap back then. What about this one? Gull Island. Is there any, well, hell, let's see if they've got anything. Oh, look at that. There's a couple 360-degree views on here. Is that the airport, the landing strip? Yep. Didn't connect to whatever that was. Yep. All right. Well, anyways, that's gonna do it, you guys. Hope you found it interesting tonight. Yeah. See, like doing those extra hours and a half is just not worth it. Should have saved it for tomorrow. Let's see. Let me get the... All right. So thank you to Kubi, Ashy Snow, Tosh with a cat eye, Circa Then, Amber Maiden, Teresa Murray, One Sly Angel, Joanne Victoria, Simple Life Days, One Sly Angel, Lisa Murphy, K Me, Carla Ray, Caligal 3, Danielle, Bama Forever with the double cat eye, thank you, Karen D, Tosh, Caligal 3, Melissa South, Kjo 76, Marie Crossley, Lisa Murphy, Tosh, Alley Cake, Bama Forever, Zozo, Caligal 3, Billy Juliana, Something for Marie, Danielle, Plato. What's that sound? What happened? Cindy J, WNC Granny, Danielle again, Bama Forever, thank you. Canadian JoJo, Jennifer Epic, and Cora Brown. Then on... Oh, that's right, I forgot about that Gunnel guy. Yeah. I don't have more time to put more information out there. And, Bama Forever got a notebook. Jeez. Man, without her, it would have been a horrendous night. Let me put that in there. 1, 2, 3. Bama Forever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. Got it in there. Yeah, I was thinking the Jeffrey Epstein, you know, it just feels like it's so similar to those guys. That's what I was saying. And then earlier in the evening, I looked it up, and they were out there. They were on their well, I was looking for a connection, like, wow, is Epstein related to this stuff? And then there was people on, I guess, sleuthers out there have made a, you know, somewhat of a connection somehow. I haven't seen it yet, but thought that was pretty interesting. Bama Forever just sent me with something that mentions Bill Gates, so I'm gonna have to go check that one out. Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody so much for supporting the channel. You know, it's just some nights I get lucky and there's somebody that, you know, helps support the, you know, sends in a bigger super chat or something that makes it so that we can, you know, makes it a normal night. But it's on the nights that there's the luck isn't there. You know, it's like, ew. Soul Sister. I don't know. I'm all family murdered out at this point. So, anyways, all right. maybe I'll check it out. So it's just every time there's always something. Yeah. Well, that was kind of a long show, a lot of reading, but I think you can kind of see. I mean, how many do many of you think that the island might play a role here? It seems like it's part of the same network, in my mind. I feel like it's. I think that when those people were missing for so many days, they could have easily been flown. All these people know how to fly. You know that Gerald guy? He knows how to fly. I think they could have flown him out here, taken their pictures, done all the things they needed to do, and they didn't want them to come back. And then he just they didn't, you know, they wanted to kill them before they came out to the public because they weren't willing participants like they claim. So, you know, they weren't down and out. So here's the difference. The normal guys they brought out there were kids that were desperate. They performed these things for the money because that's the only thing that they had. The people they abducted off the streets weren't in those predicaments. Therefore, had nothing. They didn't owe anybody anything. They didn't like these people. Once it was all said and done, they had to kill them because they would have said something. Yeah, I don't know why they would take him back. It almost like it's strange in a way, almost like a serial killer, the way they posed him and stuff like that. And it could have been also that it's related to the same larger organization, but they were just kept in local areas and used for different reasons. There was no overlap, though. That's what's interesting. Like, there's all four of them. Well, there's no overlap in terms of when they were missing and found or anything. So it wasn't like they could have been at the same time. So it almost seems like there was boys out at the camp. Then you transfer this other kid out there and, hey, this is a live one here. He doesn't want to be here. Ooh, and it excites these wackos. So they take a picture of like Stebbins and one of the normal, you know, well, none of them are normal, but the kids that are somewhat there because they're desperate, right? And then they bring out a female to have them interact with each other because there's some people that probably are into that. So they were brought out there to film other things, and then they were disposed of because they hadn't developed relationships with them where they felt a bond of any sort, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Why not just chuck them in the water? Why not fly the airplane and drop them out of the airplane on the flight back, you know? Some people just do weird things. Maybe they were trying to show some level of respect. You know, we cleaned them all up. And why clean them, though, right? So if you're going to just toss the bodies, why clean their bodies? So those two go hand in hand, I think. The reason that they were put back there go hand in hand with the reason that they were cleaned. Because if you're just going to dump the body in the ocean, why bother cleaning them up so thoroughly like the way they did, their clothing and everything? Oh, well, Bama Forever just said the clean thing, too. Yeah, well, I think they wanted to bring him back. That's all right. I don't want to do another poll. Let's go. I'm going to spin for the notebook now. Yeah, but why'd they clean him, though? Regardless, even if they were in town, why'd they clean him and then put him out right in pure sight in the snow? So it doesn't make any difference. The flight was totally secure for them, landing on their own island, and then it's a private plane, so when they land it, they just pull up a car, do whatever they do. You know, the kid maybe even fits in a duffel bag, or, you know, who the hell knows? It doesn't seem that difficult for them. So either way, why would the killers put the bodies out on the street, cleaned, and all their clothing cleaned, their bodies cleaned, fed and nourished or whatever, and then just placed on the ground? See, that's just as risky. It's stupid. And, you know, in terms of a criminal, why not drive them way out in the middle of the woods and just put them there? You know, now they're all four found because they wanted them to be found for some reason. You know, maybe that was part of their charter, you know. Remember the part about, you know, there's no harm, but they were harmed, but we'll do the next best thing and give them back to their parents. Something like that. Some stupid rationale. Okay, I'll do your poll question. See, I think it's absolutely related to the island because there's a connection between Bush as well. And as I said on the show a while ago, his DNA didn't match the mitochondrial DNA from the hair sample. But so what? That just means, like, if there was another person, you know, as part of the sexual acts there, well, you don't get to answer yes or no. Okay, just yes or no. You know, whether it's weird or not, the weirdness doesn't make it so it's not. Does all the rest of the pieces make it feel like he is? Like that they're connected to the island is what I meant. Mm-hmm. I think it was part of the pervert's fantasy. I mean, it is interesting. You know, the fact that they put their bodies wide open for people to find is associated with why they were cleaned and fed. Don't you think? I mean, if you're going to clean them so thoroughly and then bury their bodies deep in the woods, why bother cleaning them thoroughly? Why bother feeding them? So they were fed and cleaned and then placed on sort of out of the way roads, but right out in the open so that they could be found. There was no I mean, one was on a highway, so that wasn't really out of the way, but there was no attempt to hide them. So at that point, they were willing to take the risk. So therefore, they could have easily gone out to the island and then flown back to an airport. A car drove up, put them in it, and then that's when they decided to dispose of them on the streets after being cleaned and everything. And either that, or maybe they're just associated with the same people on the island and they never made it there. Well, they have a hair sample that they had mitochondrial DNA, but apparently they haven't done what is available now, getting an actual sequence from hair itself, not just mitochondrial. You get the full set of DNA. That's what we're doing in the Altoona case, the guy with the flippers on. Yeah, they were. Yep. What does it have to do with anything that we just were talking about? Yeah, they were assaulted. Yep. The two girls weren't. So I think they were brought out there to see. That's what makes it feel like, that they were used to take pictures of maybe interacting with other males, but not necessarily, the traditional sex things. I don't know how to word it. I mean, I do. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, it's a crazy one. Yeah, the girls weren't, the boys were. And again, they were all clean. They'd been given food even. And one, I think it was King, had chicken in his stomach that his parents had mentioned on a press conference. I think if they don't bring them back, then the search spreads out, which could entitle the island being found out. Yeah, that's sort of true. Yeah. I mean, they might not have ever thought of the island, but maybe they would have gone out there, but I don't know. It's hard to say. But yeah, I mean, you put them in Detroit, nobody's even thinking about the island. So I guess it reduces that a little bit. I can't imagine them guessing, hey, what about that North Fox Island? You think they might be on there? Let's go check there really quick. Unless there was something already indicating that. Well, oddly though, that they might have been there actually, like quickly, because let me go back. Hold on a second. Because Sheldon, they were already looking at him in, well, at least the article that I have is Police Link Island to Porno Ring. That was in December of '76. And let's see. 2 of the murders were after that time. One of them was right around that time. So yeah, that definitely may have made them look there, yeah. So there you go. I proved what you said. Yeah, so he was already being looked at. That was right when things were starting to unravel. And then there was 2 more murders. Doesn't it seem odd, though, right when publicity comes out about... God, it almost makes you think that those 2 or 3 of those murders were done specifically to point in a different direction from that island being the killer. What about that? Because what in the world would the same ring do 2 or 3 more killings right when the heat is on the island, right? So what you do is you kill a couple of kids right in Detroit again, and it can't be the island then. Yeah. All right, let's do the spin here. I don't even know where it went. Oh, there it is. There he goes. Is that Caligal 3 again? Come on. She doesn't want another notebook. Or I'll spin for another one. And they don't want to mute it. Oh yeah, well I guess it is Caligal 3's birthday. Well, that was Tosh that time. Yeah, I know it's her birthday, Katie. We had Mary Lou sing happy birthday. You remember that? Alright, you guys. Thank you for being here. It was a long show, but we had to kind of felt like we could get through that. Seemed to work. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, everybody. And yeah, who knows what we'll be doing tomorrow. So thank you for being here. Thanks for all the support for the channel. Sorry for the drama that some people like to create in the chat there. Good times, good times. So we'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Oh, by the way, doesn't that story just wake you up to all the craziness? I mean, this is still going on, but it's different now. I mean, that's what Epstein was doing. Anyways, be safe out there. If I can just find the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gragel's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector,
And I'm always gonna be a protector.
fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
All right, everybody.
Okay, see you later. Yeah, all right. Well, thanks again, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Be safe.
Goodbye, everybody. I'm sorry I didn't sing the happy birthday good enough.
Yeah, you did suck.
Gosh, I was looking for a positive reaffirmation.
Well, you're not going to get one. Bye-bye.
Gosh, you're so mean.
That's what they say.
No, they don't say that.